All right, we'll see what kind of delay happens. Let's see if I'm live uh, on YouTube before I go live on TikTok here. Because I've been having trouble with going live with YouTube. And it actually looks like, okay, cool. I'm live. Yay! At least that's what it looks like. Okay, good. Now to go to TikTok. Okay, looks like I'm live there too. All right, great. We're going to look at Autism Speaks. We've got 100 hours of live streaming I'm doing. 100. They asked me what the autistic community wanted or how they could help the autistic community. I said go ask them. So I'm going to different videos, different sources on the internet and so forth that are mostly from autistic people, and looking at what people say about Autism Speaks. So that way, I didn't have to say anything. That way I don't have to take the blame.
Hello, Ghostbusters!
Let's take a look.
It's Doug. We help people customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. We got a bit of a situation. Oh, sure, I can hold.
Liberty, liberty, liberty,
Turn my camera on.
Only in theaters.
You've almost certainly heard of the organization, but I'm guessing there's a good possibility you haven't heard about the controversy. In 2009, Autism Speaks ran a commercial actively spreading fear and stigma around autism, saying things like, "I will fight to take away your hope. I will make sure your marriage fails." There's so much more to this commercial, but that is the problem, is even to this day, Autism Speaks still talks about autism as a disease, something that needs to be eradicated or cured. And if you're not familiar with autism or the autistic community, you may be wondering, well, what's the controversy? And the thing is, autism can influence a number of complications, especially depending on how it presents. But autism is not a virus or a disease. It's a neurotype. It's a type of brain. It is impossible to separate the autism from the person. Eradicating the autism means eradicating me. We need to be prioritizing things like awareness and acceptance and accommodations, and this is why a number of people see Autism Speaks as an organization that actively spreads shame and discrimination against the very community they're supposed to be advocating for.
Calling us worse than cancer is, yeah, I would agree. That's spreading shame. That's for sure. I'm going to try to go in the last year here. Okay, I took a look at those. I'm going to go to the Autism Speaks website, and we'll talk about Eileen here and see what she has to say. She's had some interesting videos. This is 5 months ago from Thomas Henley. Let's see.
But let's have a look at this video. This is from.
I kind of like his videos, so I've watched them. I want to see what he has to say. I think I saw part of this, or I may have done commentary on this video before. I pretty much don't remember much anymore. So let's take a look.
From Foster on the Spectrum, a closer look at Autism Speaks. Just want to highlight to anybody who's watching this, possibly Autism Speaks members, this does not represent my views at all. I'm not going to really divulge many of my views for fear of righteous judgment.
I am autism.
Yeah, this is a
I will ruin your life and destroy your family. I will steal your money and burn down your house.
Have you guys seen that video?
Weird. Anyway, I am Foster, I'm an autistic adult, and today I'm going to speak about Autism Speaks. I do speak for the entire neurodivergent community, except for the fact that I completely don't, and I only speak for myself.
And where the hell does our credibility go when we say, I'm an autistic adult, and we all look this young? What the hell? Just gonna throw that out there. I think the credibility just goes... Like, why does that have to be one of our traits? We so want credibility and we look like this. I mean, I'm 53. Come on.
So Autism Speaks is the largest autism research organization in the United States as a whole. It's a very big and popular nonprofit that has been criticized a lot by autistic adults for a lot of reasons, and it's a very dividing topic. There are a lot of non-autistic parents of autistic children who really love Autism Speaks, as well as a lot of people who work with autistic children who are also not autistic.
Now, when I talk about Autism Speaks and I talk about cults
However,
and so forth, that is what I'm talking about. That is that cultic thing that happens. Now, I'm not saying that it was intentional or anything else, but the doctor says, here's a problem, here's a solution, ABA. So they go to ABA. Now, ABA, when they get there, the first thing they want to do is get a win. So they're probably going to do something that's a real easy thing that they can, quote, teach the kid or whatever, so that they can show that there's results. Now the parents put into this situation that's really unspoken that, well, and I even would be in that same situation if I was told this is the only thing that can treat your kid for whatever, and you say, well, no. That makes you look very neglectful or uncaring or whatever. Of course you would want to do whatever you could for your kid if there was something wrong with your kid. And so that's where that kind of guilting comes in, and they don't provide information like, you ought to talk to the autistic community. That is a great place to go, because the autistic community, you have both children, adults, people like myself, who I was a child of an autistic and a grandfather of, well, I don't know if about grandfather yet, but father of autistics. So we kind of learn a lot, and then within the community, we really kind of have a good idea of what's going on with ourselves. So yeah.
a lot of actually autistic people absolutely despise this organization and frequently talk about how
and Autism Speaks, there's no big thing anywhere on their website that says anything about the autistic community as opposed to them being the source. And they like to be thought of as the primary source. When you think of autism, you think of Autism Speak. They want that. And they will never ever redirect. I have seen where they have they put some references to some really strange things. I will be revisiting their site many times here. But they almost look like search engines or something, like they're getting a penny or something out of it if people use these search engines. I don't know. It's really weird.
Controversial it has been in the past.
So for anyone who...
And that's when they say that they help with autistic and providing resources. It's this like Jeeves looking search engine kind of thing where you hit a few dots or whatever, and it sends you probably to some kind of directory thing. So they send you basically to Google, but by a different name. That's it.
Who isn't aware, the actual autistic community is a collection of autistic people online on different social media platforms. Kind of sometimes goes in contrast to a lot of particular organizations like Autism Speaks, parents, researchers, things like that, to provide the more experiential angle of being autistic and sort of following with some level of self-advocacy for the...
I don't like him at all. Experiential. I was surprised I was able even to say it. It's big words. Experiential.
For autistic people, or advocacy rather.
However, a lot of people say we should just get over that because it was in the past and they've changed. And today I'm going to talk about all of them.
And that is a lot of the position that they are trying to take right now, particularly Eileen. She's like the public media. She's trying to really kind of be the face of Autism Speaks. She has a French accent, and so she kind of sticks out as far as her accent. It's very, very strong. So if you hear a representative that has with the French accent, that's the lady I'm talking about. Now, she does claim to be autistic. I don't have any reason to doubt that she's autistic, and she says that she also has 2 autistic children. But she also got a $250,000 in bonuses because she's like in the um, chair or whatever. She's up there with the CEO, like the top 3 or 4 in the organization, and she got like $250,000 just in bonuses. I don't know what her expense account was, but the CEO's expense account was over $400,000. $400,000 in expenses. I don't think I spent $400,000 in the last 10 years. And that's when I had money.
I did a lot of research, and we're going to talk about the history of Autism Speaks and its old controversies, as well as its current problematic behavior, and some of the things they seem to be trying to keep hidden from all of us.
And by the way, this is Thomas Henley, so I'm stealing his content fair and square. This is from, and it's called Thomas Henley, Atnley. This is his channel on YouTube that I'm stealing this content from, fair and square.
So let's start at the beginning. Autism Speaks was founded in 2005 by Bob and Suzanne Wright. These were just 2 people who started the organization after their grandson was diagnosed with autism.
2 very wealthy people that were had very close connections to very well-connected politicians, etc. In fact, I think they knew a bunch of politicians directly.
They looked around, they went to doctors, they found out there was no cure, so they started Autism Speaks in 2005 as a way to fund research to find a cure for autism. The original Autism Speaks mission statement read, quote, "We are dedicated to funding global biomedical research into the causes, prevention, treatments, and a possible cure for autism. We strive..."
That is absolutely true. Everything she's saying here is true.
Yes, and I think this is
Shut up, man. No, you're making me look bad.
the kind of the central point of why the autistic community doesn't like this, because the idea of a cure is terrifying. Or some kind of biomedical intervention where they can like test if someone's autistic within the womb. You can imagine where that would. So it's quite a touchy subject for a lot of autistic people. There are some things that they do which I suppose could be considered to be good.
So basically, what he's saying is, if there was a test where they could say, okay, your baby is going to be autistic, do you want to terminate this? And that was your option or whatever, or don't you? A lot of people like me probably would not exist. My parents probably would have thought, well, geez, if the kid's going to have a horrible life and everything, because that's what's projected, I wouldn't even blame them for wanting to have a healthy child. And that's going to be the context in which it's presented. However, like what Thomas is saying here, it is eugenics. And in that circumstance, I personally would probably have made the same choice. Would you prefer your child to be healthy or not healthy? That's the context and how it's going to be presented. And so if you say, well, I don't want my kid to be healthy, you're going to look like an idiot. You're going to look like a horrible person. And so that's what we need to be prepared for as a community. And this is why I stress so much that it's our Galileos or Nikola Tesla's. Bill Gates now has actually said that he is autistic. We all know that, but he's actually admitted it now. I can't remember if he's calling it Asperger's or whatever, but yeah, he said he's autistic. These are people who have changed the world. And they were all autistic people and profoundly changed the world. So if we no longer had autistic people in the world, we would not have people like this that contribute to all mankind like billions of us could not have. Did I kind of stutter on that? Could not have, but we could not have done that ourselves. But it was these few autistic individuals that, for whatever their brains were stacked right, that they were able to help all of mankind. And I'm not talking about necessarily savant syndrome, but these may have all been savants or whatever. But they are all believed to have been autistic. And like I said, savant syndrome could be something completely different. That's a different story. So that's the case we have to make, that we have value to humankind. Because if we cannot frame it into that context that we have value for mankind, if we have no value for mankind, it makes zero sense for us to exist. That's pretty much logic right there. So we have to make that case. And so that's where the dangers are here.
There's a lot of like background kind of stuff that I'm sure will be illuminated in this video.
To raise public awareness about autism and its effect on individuals, families, and society. We work to bring hope to all those who deal with the hardships of this disorder. Their mission statement changed in 2016, but we'll get into all of that later. For now, all you need to remember is that the organization started as a way to cure, treat, and prevent autism. The organization was actually founded with a $25 million donation from the founder of Home Depot, Bernard Marcus. Bernard Marcus also served as a board member for Autism Speaks.
And he's one of the ones that are also... Now, Autism Speaks, this is the truth. Why we know about autism awareness, where the whole thing of autism awareness was actually a campaign. Once again, this is what's so brilliant about this type of organization. You know, autism awareness, it all sounds so great, but then anytime you think of autism awareness, their idea was, and this is the truth, you think of Autism Speaks. And so that's how they drew people in. These are good-intentioned people wanting to help disabled people, donating so the CEO can take home well over $1 million a year between his paycheck, his bonuses, and then his $400,000 last year, over $400,000 expense account. Expense account. Almost $500,000. Craziness. But yeah, it was the Wrights, and they knew this fellow here. And he also has a bunch of political ties and so forth. And I talk about this often, that Autism Speaks and ABA both have interest in lobbying politicians to make laws for autism. Because of Autism Speaks being the #1 worldwide known, quote, autism organization, that puts them in positions that if legislation is written in a certain way, no, I don't know if Autism Speaks really does have a UK branch. I don't know how that works. I don't even know what state they're out of, the actual office or whatever. I've only looked at their financials.
In the past, and Home Depot.
I do know that they are well known. Like, I don't know if this gal's American or not, and he's Brit, right? I'm pretty sure Thomas is Brit.
Is still one of their main donors. They even sell blue light bulbs for #LightItUpBlue.
And this gal right here, she is on a channel. It's here on YouTube. I wish I could remember what it's called, but she's on a YouTube channel here that is very it strikes me as being ableist. I don't know how else to put it. Like, she's like kind of like an autism mom authority type. Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I can't hear in here and know what it sounds like there. So let me try that right there.
Which we will get into later. Remember that. The original Autism Speaks logo looked like this. However, this puzzle piece logo was actually based on this puzzle piece logo, which came from the National Autism Alliance, which we're going to talk about right now. So the old National Autism Alliance logo was a black and green puzzle piece with a child crying in the middle, a little boy. And the creators of this logo...
Okay, the Autism National Autistic Society. I'm pretty sure that was a UK thing. That it was not an American thing. What she's just saying is that's where the idea for this puzzle piece thing originated from.
Said that the point of the puzzle piece was to say that autism was a puzzling condition and that we had to find the missing piece, that being the cure. They use phrases like until the
Where are you from? What's your Tom? If you don't mind me asking, because it sounds like you kind of know about that stuff, or somehow you have background in that.
puzzle is finished, or until we find the missing piece. And
I think that there are some people within the community who
Or that's basically what I'm wondering, because it sounds like you have some kind of knowledge about them.
have interpreted the puzzle piece as something a little bit more good, in a way. I've heard some autistic people comment on it before, saying that, like, you know, it's like autism was the missing piece in my life, in a way, you know. So there's lots of different interpretations, but I think that the history behind it is pretty clear, from what I know.
that's all about curing autism. The crying boy in the center of the puzzle piece was supposed to serve as a reminder that autistic people are suffering from autism. And another thing that these two logos has in common is that they both
I was not diagnosed until I figured it out. It dawned on me one day, when I was 50. I'm 53 now. But I actually was institutionalized 3 times in my life. Twice when I was 14, and then once when I was in my 30s, like 32 or something like that. I was never diagnosed with the proper thing. So that was a big problem for me. Now I think things would go different, but seeing how those institutions operated was not. It was really, let's put these people in here and chemically restrain them. At which I can't believe that the United States would be doing this, but this was in the 90s, I guess. It was the last time that I was institutionalized, and that was at a state institution in Colorado.
kind of focus on boys, which is strange. So the green one has the boy crying in the middle, and the Autism Speaks logo was originally blue. A lot of us think that this is because autism, for most of its history, was believed to...
Okay, she's not... I'm calling her out. She's not autistic. The whole time. Yo, and look at Thomas. He's sitting here. I'm sitting here. What's going on? We got a thing going on here.
to be a condition only affecting boys, and is still believed to be affecting mostly boys, even though the people who do that research completely ignore the fact that there is discrimination in that process. So a lot of...
Yes, the diagnosis process has been made for... particularly for boys. It's very steered in that way, and we're still very much looking into like the differences in terms of like biological sex.
And many doctors, most doctors, because most doctors, if you think about it, most doctors didn't get their training last year. You know, what's your median time that doctors have been doctors? 15 years or whatever. Well, 15 years ago, what they were taught was very different from what we know now. And so most of your doctors, on what they do know about autism, is very, very dated. You have to have really young doctors. Let's think about it. The DSM-5 TR didn't come out until what, almost a year ago. And even Autism Speaks, on their website, when they show you the DSM or the DSM-5, that's what they're showing you, the DSM-5, not the TR. They do make references to the TR, but the example they give for the diagnosis of autism is the DSM-5, and that was as of yesterday when I was on there, and I'll be revisiting it.
And how it can present differently in each person. If you do search it up, there is I think, more of a ratio of men that get diagnosed, boys that get diagnosed, as opposed to women. There has been some debate about that, about being an actual thing. It could be. I feel like it is inflated a lot, and there is, a possibility that it's just, we're looking for the wrong things, and there's a lot of autistic AFAB individuals.
I truly believe that there is no reason for us to believe that there aren't just as many autistic males or their females, or men as women. however you want to put it. I really kind of even hate putting the gender thing. Actually, we could even take the whole damn gender thing and just throw it out the window. I think with autism, I think that is something that we should that shouldn't, for diagnostic purposes, because of culture, we have to take those things into account. But ideally, if we were just looking at the human being sitting there, sex or gender really shouldn't have anything to do with it. Or some conditions it could, and we know there are differences in the bacteria and so forth, say an assist female and male autistic. So there are certain things to take in consideration. But as far as how prolific we are, I don't think there's no reason whatsoever for us to believe that there are actually more autistic men than there are women. We know for a fact women are much better at masking and much smarter than us autistic men, because they just know when to shut the hell up. Oh, okay, not all autistic women. Okay, usually they know the better times when to shut the heck up. They're just so much better at it. I should not be calling us guys out. You know, you're very sexist there, Dave. You shouldn't be bashing on your little guys. What are you, some kind of cis man? Well, yeah, I am. Oh, my God.
Who are just kind of
What the
slipping
hell?
through the
We're going to pretend like that whole thing didn't happen. Let's move it along.
diagnosis cracks.
Autistic people don't like the puzzle piece logo because we are not confusing, we don't like being told that we are missing pieces, we don't want a cure, and we are not all boys. But when we criticize the puzzle piece logo, a lot of people will say, oh, it doesn't symbolize that there are any pieces missing, or like, oh, it means that all the pieces fit, or it symbolizes community. Autism Speaks actually—
I saw a reference to this video yesterday. Autism Speaks. It was Eileen. She was talking about me specifically. Basically, she didn't use the word bullying, but making it very difficult for Autism Speaks to get donations by spreading misinformation. She didn't say what the misinformation was, but by the way she said it and when she said it 3 weeks ago, and when I came out with the things that I have, we know she was talking about me specifically. But this is what she cited. And what she tried to do was marginalize. I was talking about like her getting a $250,000 bonus. Just a bonus. Just her herself. And she's like 3, 4 down from the CEO. That's not to mention her expense account or her actual salary. So that's what I was talking about. And so what she tried to make it look like was I was talking about stuff, and she was trying to marginalize it like by the puzzle pieces. She shifted from talking about me and then talking about the puzzle pieces, and then she's like, well, we should just all talk together and we shouldn't just bicker about these things. And I was like, oh wow, talking about how they displace monies that people think are going to autistic people, and they have lavish lives and get extraordinary salaries from us complaining about that. They're saying that that's trivial. They're trying to make it sound like it's trivial as this stuff.
It even has this defense up on their website of why they still use
and
them.
That is up on Autism Speaks website as well. It was last few hours ago.
Puzzle piece, but no, like you can look at the history of where the puzzle piece came from, and they will directly say it's because autism is confusing and we need to fix it and find a way to solve the autism problem. It does come from that, like.
And they still kind of have that language. It's so weird when you go on their site. Anybody from the autistic community could go through and edit their website and make it more autistic friendly, to make it more fitting with most autistic people's ideas and so forth. And I can say broad things, and I can say that most autistic people, like most autistic people, think that autistic people shouldn't be a uh, stigma. I can say those general. I can make some generalizations. I would hope that's the case, and that's the kinds of things I'm talking about, not specifics.
All of those things that you want.
You know, okay. As far as it seemed to mostly affect gents, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier. Um, my daughter was autistic, and my son, I figured out he was autistic really quick. And for her, I studied for about a year and a half before I finally said, yes, I know she is autistic. And she's a PDA autistic. The reason is because girls, cis girl, women, whatever, tend to mask much better than boys. And they have a much better sense of knowing when to shut the hell up. I don't know what else to say, but that's kind of what it is. They are much better at it, and so and like I remember growing up, yeah, I think everybody did. They went into any kind of public school or whatever as kids, and groups of kids. It was the boys that seemed to be more wired jumping, crawling off up the ceiling and stuff. And that's because I think the ADHD is much more visible in boys because we're more wired and so forth. But that's a lot because it's culturally expected. Even across the pond, on in the Great Isles there, it's the manly thing, to be manly, to be strong, and all this, and it's more expected that you're gonna be impulsive and bold and brave, and women are expected to not be so impulsive and not be so brash and so forth. And that's like with the Scots, I know that was very much a treasured kind of trait in the man, and in all warrior cultures, really. But so with those kinds of cultures, women have learned that the expectation is they are not to act like that, and that is not acceptable. And boys get away with more, and so I think that's what accounts for a lot of the gentlemen or gents, like you say, that we see mostly affected. I think that's why. I think, and girls are smarter.
Want to use as an excuse sound great, and you're free to use this if you're autistic and you like it. But that's not where it comes from. So when it comes to what Autism Speaks does, Suzanne Wright, who has now passed away but was one of the original founders, has said that raising awareness is the first step. And raising awareness is one of the things that Autism Speaks is most known for. They create videos, public service announcements, advertisements, and documentaries.
And like I said, as far as autism awareness, so to speak, they do deserve full credit for that. They got the funding and everything, but like I said, they got pushed so hard so fast, and they became the number one by far because they had millions of dollars to invest in advertising, and then they had political leaders and so forth, and they did these autism walks, and then they got there is an autism caucus in the United States. And when you call it and try to get a hold of that caucus, it doesn't exist. It does not exist. The only reason it's there is so that senators can say that I'm part of the autism caucus, but it doesn't do anything. It doesn't even have meetings. You can't even talk to anyone because I pushed the senator that supposedly is the head of it, his office. I was like, oh, just let me talk to the caucus people. Well, we'll just pass on the message. No, I want to talk to the caucus people. Oh, well, we'll just pass on it. No, I want to talk to the caucus people. I don't need to talk to your office. I need to talk to the secretary at the caucus. And I was just playing with them because I knew it didn't exist. And so that's fraud within the United States government. So looking at how Autism Speaks takes advantage of the system and basically siphons good intentioned people's money away from the autistic community where it was intended to go.
All to spread awareness of autism. They have also actually consulted with multiple television producers and producers of movies who want to add autism representation. They worked with Sesame Street on creating the character Julia, but a more interesting example is that they worked with Sia, the musician, on creating music. So if you don't know, that movie has been very widely criticized by the autism community as well.
Yes.
It's bad. Really bad.
I did not see them take any kind of credit for that Sia deal on their website. I have not seen it mentioned. I have not been through the entire site yet. I will be going through it probably today, but I have not seen that yet.
It needs a warning at the start of it, sort of bad. Bad enough that it's promoting lethal methods to help autistic people. It's an absolute vomit of a mess of loud noises and vibrant colours, an entirely unwelcoming film set, and an entirely unwelcoming film for anyone with sensory issues.
She actually is an actress, but this is just Chloe. You gotta love her. I don't think she's trying to act here. She's just being herself. She is an actress, but she's so dramatic here, in my opinion. She's so dramatic here, and this is just her being her and her being real. Don't get me wrong, but I just love it.
Which autistic people have. One thing.
It's very impassioned. This is Paige Lale. She also tends to get impassioned sometimes.
That really got me shocked was watching her interview with Variety. At one point, the interviewer says something about how this autistic girl is nonverbal, which we prefer non-vocal because non-vocal doesn't mean you can't communicate. She goes, she's basically, because she's nonverbal, she's like an inanimate object, like a wig. And Sia's like, mm-hmm. She's like, but you gave them a voice. You gave them a voice. And Sia's like, yeah.
Okay, the big irony is after this huge thing where Sia made this movie about this autistic person and coming from their view that it really insulted the autistic community, of course, and I sat back and I just waited. I waited because I knew it was going to come, and it did. Sia is autistic. She found out that she was autistic. Now, I haven't heard anybody apologize to her because she was actually an autistic person that made this, quote, offensive movie. But I never saw anybody apologize to her or welcome her to the community, although I personally did right here on TikTok, on this TikTok page.
I really did
I did that page thing.
Give them a voice.
But when we brought up those criticisms, Sia was like, I actually know what I'm doing. I'm working with Autism Speaks. And then the whole
That's where you went wrong,
like,
Sia.
oh, we hate them. Why would you do that? But yeah, they apparently worked with Sia on this terrible, terrible movie. That's an example.
If anytime anyone says something about Autism Speaks or says they're involved with Autism Speaks or whatever, that is an indication they are not part of or do not know the autistic community. That is a clear sign. I guess if you're involved in a certain sport or whatever, or in a certain game or whatever, and it has a certain lingo, and somebody comes in and starts and does not use that lingo, has never heard it, does not understand it, and phrases things wrongly, differently than people in that community would, it's very obvious, and that's what I'm saying. It's like someone speaking a different language or an extremely different dialect. That's one thing that I had to get used to, and I had to learn all the terminologies and so forth because I was a foreigner in my own community when I discovered I was autistic. I had to learn what dyspraxia was, what things like that, and know what they were just by hearing them instead of having to stop and look it up, or apraxia. Blah, blah, blah. I can't even think about it. Now I can't even think about it. What me and my son have. I can't even think of the name of it. let's move right along.
Example of some of the work they've done to raise awareness, but we are also going to watch some of their advertisements and videos that they have posted in the past.
Yeah,
We're
this is
starting
gonna
off
be
with a
an
video
interesting
called
one.
Autism Every Day. This focuses on mothers of autistic children and how hard it is to...
Now, this was this Autism Every Day. This was the second video after they put out the first one that everybody hated, and it did not get better. Now, I don't remember the year this was put out. The first one was put out in 2009, and that was I Am Autism. And this was the subsequent, our next video.
be the parent of an autistic child.
Before we get into that, I think there was something that they mentioned about like autism awareness work, and I feel like within the community there has definitely been a shift away from using the word autism awareness, just because it is used so widely by a lot of organizations like Autism Speaks. I actually
Okay, so here's my ableist confession here. I remember hearing for years and years and years, autism awareness, autism, and I got so damn tired. I was like, okay, I'm freaking aware. Autism. Okay. Autism. Because that's all it was. That's all it went to. And then, and the reason it was that shallow is because it wanted to direct you to Autism Speaks to, quote, get the answers. Donate to Autism Speaks. And Autism Speaks did have that kind of power, and by influencing politicians and so forth, they have become known as, quote, the organization. And because often they are thought to be related or thought to be endorsed by the government or what have you, they are thought to have a certain level of legitimacy. I'm kind of stuttering here. Legitimacy. Yeah, there we go. Got it. Whew. I've probably never done that one live.
I think that to some degree, like, awareness is pretty important, but it depends.
I prefer now Autism Voice Month. Most people prefer autism. What is it? Autism, not awareness. It's acceptance. Yeah, autism acceptance. That's what most people are going towards now. I'm kind of going towards autistic voice because I think the autistic voice needs to be heard. I think that's what we need to be focusing on. I think people are starting to accept us, and that's cool. People have heard of autism, like I was making fun of my, like, so what? And it was really sad that that's all I heard all those years. And it was only from figuring out that I had so many friends that were autistic, and I was just like them, that it's finally dawned on me that I was autistic. And that's kind of how I discovered I was autistic and why I knew I was autistic. And there was no question about it. It was just I had a lot of experience with it, and I'd never thought about it.
Depends what people are becoming aware of. Like, are people becoming aware of the negatives of it? Are people becoming aware of what autistic people are can be like, and the variety of the ways that they can be, you know, how they think, how they communicate, you know, the positives. All of that stuff should be covered under awareness. It shouldn't just be, right, this is how it affects people negatively and people around them, which is what a lot of the old content used to be kind of centered around.
Time.
The other aspects of it is the acceptance, which is more along the lines of, like,
Hans, yeah, it's been a long time.
Okay, we're here, people know that we exist, now we got to accept that this is the way that we are, and we don't need fixing, kind of thing. I think the approach could be better. Like, I think awareness and acceptance are both very, very important aspects to that, and even more so action on that. You know, actually making some changes within society. But let's have a look at these these educational videos. Clenching my teeth.
The full video is linked below. It's on YouTube for free if you want to watch it. But I'm going to react to a few of the highlights. One notable thing about this video is that it starts with just a montage of autistic children screaming, crying, having meltdowns. Some of them are hurting their parents or running away. Yeah, this is super upsetting, and they just like cut all the clips together so that the viewer can know how bad it is to.
So it kind of like you would set up a horror movie, and that's how, like a commercial for a horror movie is basically what they were doing, but they were putting it in the context of this is what your life with an autistic kid is like.
Live with an
It's like
autistic child.
amplify
I
it.
also noticed that in several of these clips, specifically the ones where no one
Shut up, Thomas.
is getting hurt and no one is running away, there are several parents grabbing and like restraining their children to make them stop self-regulating and stimming, which is gross and not called out by Autism Speaks because
That's another aspect of it.
Yeah.
A lot of
This is not okay, this video here from Thomas Henley was made 5 months ago. This video here is not that old. It's not like 5, 6 years old. I think it was made within the last year or so. So this is fairly current, is what I'm trying to say.
autism advocates within the actually autistic communities are very
And Thomas, he does a lot of these lives and so forth, and does commentary, and he does it on pretty current stuff.
very against people stopping autistic people stimming because it is an important method of self-regulation for a lot of us, and it's something that's taught out of us a lot of the time, and replaced with other habits which are not so good for us. I actually had to, it's not really something that was taught out of me in childhood. I was very much allowed to, I used to sit in the living room. I used to be in the living room when my parents were watching TV, and I used to like spin around on the spot like a ballerina.
Now, my parents were, my father was a Texas oil man. We knew extremely wealthy people. And my father went to their homes and so forth. I was expected to act in a very specific way around these people. This is the 70s too, a different time. And I had to suppress all my stems and so forth, or I would literally get a beating.
Yeah, constantly, just to get like that vestibulating point. It just relaxed me so much. And when I got to secondary school, obviously, or school indeed, those type of things, they get looks, they get attention drawn to you. So I stopped doing them.
So myself, I used to do this thing like this. I that was my stem. I don't know why, but I was doing it. And one day, one of my friends when I was in high school comes up and goes, "Hey, Dave," and he was just giving me hell. He was a good friend. And I stopped and I looked and I was like, "Oh, damn, that's really weird. Nobody else does that." And so I became very, very conscious of like that kind of stem, but I didn't know what it was. I didn't know why I did it. I just knew that it was weird, and it was so weird that even my friends were giving me hell about it.
And part of who I am, I guess. Like
Okay, I hope.
the things that I do. I tend to do it a lot more if
Hope
I'm
we're
having
still
like a
on
meltdown
TikTok.
situation, high anxiety,
Hope we're still on TikTok. I said I lost connection there for a second.
panic, that kind of thing. But just every day, usually. No, not so much. Other than perhaps my chewing gum, which I quite often have. It's good oromotor stimulation. I was raised in a Mormon church. There has always been acceptance of disabilities in general. I remember a song we sung, "Every Star is Different," where we told we are fine the way we are. I like that.
I'm not going to show those clips on screen because it is super disrespectful and humiliating to show your child having a meltdown to thousands of people. Like when you
Yes.
click play on the video, it's just automatically, immediately a montage of children in extreme distress and their parents not helping them. And nobody benefits from you posting meltdowns online. It's not educational, it's not helping the child, it's not helping the parents. It's literally disgusting. And I don't really see why anyone has ever done this, but they still keep doing it.
Some
And the whole
people-
point of this, in this video,
And people find it funny. Like I think one of the biggest search terms, like as part of being a content creator, sometimes you gotta like research and see what people are searching for so that you can make videos around it. Man, there's so much.
I think they're both misreading it.
There's so much searching going on about like autism meltdowns, autism adult meltdowns, autism boy meltdown, autism girl meltdown. Like, people just really want to see it for some reason. It's quite bizarre.
The reason these things are posted, it has to go with the autism parent identity. From when you get into that side of the culture, the autism mom culture, and I'm like, my mother was actually autistic, but what we're talking about here is the neurotypical parents of autistic children who take their kids to ABA and so forth, endorse Autism Speaks, because they get pushed into that culture. And as I've said, they're told, hey, here you do ABA, you're going to take care of your child or whatever, and you're going to be the best parent doing the best thing that you can. And you're going to see the results of doing what the good things that you're making possible by putting your kid in ABA. So what that does is it puts a dependency on ABA for the parent, and also creates a parent identity, and it creates a victim identity. That's why we say autism parent, because it's like they're a victim of autism. And that's how it's presented to them. And a lot of times, to feel their own self-worth, to feel their self-value, so that everyone knows that they truly are one of those people with an autistic kid, and to feel like they are part of that, they're going to prove that. And that's where a lot of these videos come from. And that's why they don't see a problem with that, because it's part of that culture. Now, coming from the autistic community myself, we don't see it that way, and I think that's why this is my read on it. So I'm not going to say these folks are wrong. I'll just say mine's very different read on it.
Some people find it funny, which is even more so.
To make it seem like autism is just entirely bad, and that autism is a disease that is torturing these children and making them a burden on their families. But don't worry, it gets much worse. Remember how I said that posting a video of your child having a meltdown is very humiliating and you shouldn't do that? 5 seconds later, one of these mothers is changing her kid's diaper, just live in front of a cameraman, also in front of the 200,000 people that watch this video. The kid's like 5 or 6, and she's talking about how much of an inconvenience it is to still have to change his diaper while recording almost like barely censored footage of her wiping her kid's ass. I feel like if I said this to the mother in that video, she wouldn't see what the problem is, but if I posted a video of her wiping her ass and showed it to a couple thousand people, if I showed it to even like 5 people, I think she would take me to court. Weird how that is. Okay, next the moms start talking about how autism ruined their lives, basically. That they had to give up who they are, they had to give up their friends, all of their lives revolve around autism.
And see, once again, this is where why I say Autism Speaks and ABA is a cult, and it's set up like a cult, and why it does, in fact, fit the BITE model of authoritarian control. It's because their identity becomes dependent upon Autism Speaks, dependent on this identity of being an autism parent that's doing the best that they can and so forth. And they become dependent even on and psychologically for their self-worth. And having this personality as a fighter, an autism parent, that makes them feel good about themselves, etc. And that's where that cultic aspect falls into it, and that's why we see that.
Autism now, they've all quit their jobs.
Autism is a disease. It's a disease that will infect your family and destroy your life.
Yeah.
Take up all of your energy and your time and tear apart yourself from the inside and tear apart your child from the inside.
Well, Hans, I discovered I was autistic about 3 years ago at the age of 50, and I've pretty much been kind of advocating ever since, mostly on TikTok. Right now I am broadcasting live on TikTok and YouTube simultaneously. I'm doing 100-hour. The CEO of Autism Speaks sent me an email and asked me specifically what the autistic community needed, and my response was, "You don't know." You need to go to the autistic community and ask them. Why are you asking me? And I did that publicly on TikTok, made video and so forth. I got another because I did not answer that directly via email or anything else. It was only publicly on that video. Then I got a subsequent email from Eileen. I can't remember her name. She got a French accent. I think she's French. And basically saying, "Oh, well, you didn't answer us." And I was like, "Yeah." So I made another video on TikTok that I know they watch. They watch my TikTok closely now. So anyway, and I hope they're watching my lives because they might learn a lot, particularly when we go to their website. So they asked me what the autistic community needed. So I decided that for the month of April, Autism Awareness Month, when they get the most of their donations, I am going to do 100 hours live of reasons not to support Autism Speaks. And that's why we're here.
That's the kind of stuff that they go for. The fear-mongering. I mean, not nowadays, but like definitely before. The fear-mongering was real. If you haven't seen that video of... I think at the beginning of the video, they did something that was... Like they were copying a particular viral video that a lot of autistic people point to when people ask them about their views on Autism Speaks, which is like some kind of horror movie-esque like depiction of this demon that's inside of this child. That's...
Yeah, as I think about it, like... Blair Witch. I remember the commercials for Blair Witch. The commercials for Blair Witch were just brilliant, and they were kind of scary and so forth. And that's like, it seems like the director or whatever is like, okay, this is the effect I want to get. Remember Blair Witch? How like creepy it was. That's what we want to feel when we get this commercial, and that's kind of I think why it comes to mind.
It's called autism, and it destroys their life and destroys their family, and like, oh god, it's you if you haven't watched it, you've got to have a look at it at some point. Man, it's terrible. Actually, you know what? Let's take a little bit of a break. Let me try and find this, because it is...
Hopefully he doesn't get to mumbling somewhat. Sometimes for me he gets to mumbling a little bit, and that's just because of my audio processing disorder.
Something to see, indeed. They probably pulled it off YouTube, to be honest. I think they've probably got some people on the case to try and remove it, because it is like one of the worst things. I'm gonna search for it somewhere else. It's called I Am Autism. Let's have a look at this. It's about 3 minutes long, but
oh yeah, he'll find it.
I mean, this is the type of stuff that they used to do.
Autism.
I am autism. I'm visible in your children. But if I can help it, I am invisible to you until it's too late. I know where you live. And guess what? I live there too. I hover around all of you. I know no color barrier, no religion, no morality, no currency. I speak your language fluently. And with every voice I take away, I acquire yet another language. I work very quickly.
Now, what you got to keep in mind is, see how this looks like a 70s film, how it's grainy? Now, I've only seen on the internet copies that are like 350p, no, 360 I think was the best copy I've seen of this. This is, this one right here is a 240. I remember it from yesterday. This version is, because there was a 240 and a 144, I think, available on this, and that was it. So, but you got to remember, this is produced in 2009. This is very recent, but it looks like a grainy 6mm, like scary movie, 70s kind of feel to it.
I work faster than pediatric AIDS.
And there I am. I have talked about this over and over and over. That's the freeze face they would get of me. There's no way they're just gonna have like some autistic guy. I don't know. Oh gosh, what's that? Daniel or whatever his name is, young, good-looking guy or whatever. They're not going to show a young model. No, they're going to show me when I have the most off, weirdest-looking freeze frame face that they can find, and that's the one that they're going to show every time. And it's so funny that like Autism Speaks, they must have done the same thing with these clips. Just finding whatever they could find to make these people, so to speak, look more autistic.
Cancer and diabetes combined. And if you are happily married...
Pediatric AIDS, cancer, diabetes combined. My God.
I will make sure that your marriage fails. Your money will fall into my hands, and I will bankrupt you for my own self-gain. I don't sleep.
I will make sure your marriage fails.
So I make sure you don't either. I will make it virtually impossible for your family to easily attend a temple, a birthday party, a public park.
Your life will be over.
Without a struggle, without embarrassment, without pain. You have no cure for me. Your scientists don't have the resources, and I relish their desperation.
Now, they literally just characterize autism as an embarrassment. They just characterize an autistic person. This is Autism Speaks, who characterize an autistic person as being an embarrassment.
I live there too. I hover around all of you. I know no color barrier, no religion, no morality, no currency. I speak your language fluently, and with every voice I take away, I acquire yet another language. I work very quickly. I work faster than pediatric AIDS, cancer, and diabetes combined. And if you are happily married...
Pediatric AIDS, cancer, diabetes combined. My God.
I will make sure that your marriage fails. Your money will fall into my hands, and I will bankrupt you for my own self-gain. I don't sleep, so I make sure you don't either. I will make it virtually impossible for your family to easily attend a temple, a birthday party, a public park, without a struggle, without embarrassment, without pain. You have no cure for me. Your scientists don't have the resources, and I relish their desperation. Your neighbors are happier to pretend that I don't exist, of course, until it's their child. I am autism. I have no interest in right or wrong. I derive great pleasure out of your loneliness. I will fight to take away your hope. I will plot to rob you of your children and your dreams. I will make sure that every day you wake up, you will cry, wondering who will take care of my child after I die. And the truth is, I am still winning, and you are scared. And you should be. I am autism.
Isn't this just like the most fear-mongery horror movie-esque kind of depiction of autism? It's almost laughable. Like, it really is. And it really does bother me because,
like I said, it really does have that feel of the 70s, and I think they asked parents of autistic people for film, and they said it was going to highlight autism. They kind of didn't tell the parents what they were going to do with it and what the end result was, and they came out with this.
And like, it's about the fear-mongering. It's about the...
So these probably were home movies of actually autistic people, probably.
The parents who just, they don't know better. They see some information by this really big organization, and they start fear-mongering, telling them that all these problems, and they start trying to look for cures, and they start...
Oh my goodness. Okay, no surprise. No freaking surprise. There are so many people. So many people. In fact, when Jimmy Snow came out with a video, Mr. Atheist, he came out with a video where he said, I'm autistic. And I was just going through, this is a couple, 2-3 years ago, when he came out with that video. And now I know he's gotten in a lot of trouble and stuff like that. But he came out with that video and he just started talking about himself, and I'm watching it and I'm like, and he's like, I do this. I'm like, yeah, well, I do. Yeah, whatever. And you know, he's going, I do this. And I'm like, when the hell is this guy going to start talking about the autistic stuff? And then he started closing the video, and all at once it just dawned on me. And because of knowing people like you through the years, knowing Sofa, Purple, just so just godless, just so many Wolf. There's so many people that I've known for years now that were all autistic, and so when it did dawn on me, that's exactly what happened. And you knowing me for as long as you have, I'm sure you could understand how it would just like, oh, duh. That's why I know all these people, and because they're just like me. I'm just like, duh. And that's literally what it was. And so I literally, all at once, I never even considered if I was autistic, and all at once I just knew. And because of the people I've known over the years and so forth, it was very evident to me right off the bat.
Try and look for crazy therapies and like diet changes that they can do. They can do. What am I watching? Indeed. Like, let's turn it off. But I feel like that gives you a good idea. It's ridiculous, isn't it? It's just like, what the heck? Okay, back to the video. We're not going to watch any more of that stuff because I don't want to like trigger or upset anyone. I'm sure there's probably going to be some more stuff like that.
And this is Thomas Henley, by his YouTube channel.
In here. That's probably going to be quite upsetting, so just a warning. Obviously I probably should have done that at the start, but
everything I do is about autism.
I really had to give up my entire life as I knew it.
Well, I left the job that I never intended to leave,
and I did have to.
I actually have a t-shirt, I might even get up and get it, that says autistic and not a burden to my autistic mom. I've worn that on my TikToks. I've worn that quite a bit. You could definitely find it. And it's because of this type of attitude that I have seen that I'm the victim autism mom.
Quit my job. Our entire social life revolves around autism.
Now that's the gal who said that she wanted to drive with her daughter off the bridge. And she actually worked for Autism Speaks at that time. She did have an autistic daughter. And she said it openly with her daughter in the room right there. And that was in the second commercial, the one that we're talking about here.
I think it's interesting that these are the people who would likely correct me to using person first language and saying like a person with autism instead of autistic person, because they think that you have to like remind yourself that the child is more than a diagnosis. But when they're talking about it, one of them, I think multiple of them, say my life revolves around autism instead of saying my life revolves around my disabled child. And I think it's kind of this interesting thing about person first language. And
see, that's the thing. When I was raising my kids, my life did revolve around raising them. And I was honored and pleased by that. They're both autistic. I mean, I'm autistic. I didn't notice. They looked normal to me. And they were normal autistic people. And I was too. I just didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that at that time, and I didn't see it in that context.
It allows you to separate the person from the autism as if those two things aren't innately, like, together. So they can say how much they hate autism without having to admit that they hate their child. And that's something I find really interesting about this video. Although, in a few seconds, we are going to see some of them directly talk about how much they hate their children.
And that is so strange.
That is the thing about person first, because usually the arguments that come for person first language is that, you know, if you view autism negatively, as someone who is an outsider, it does kind of give you kind of free rein to say like, oh, you're better than this, and this is not my child, and my child is afflicted, without saying that, you know, like this is my autistic child and I love them, and saying that you know, sometimes it's difficult, sometimes it's great, and you know, there's a lot of in-betweens, and I wouldn't change them. You know, that would be the ideal. But there is also, I think, autistic people who, again, like, they view autism.
And there's nothing wrong with wanting what's best for your kid. It's wanting your kid to be something that they're not.
Primarily as a negative thing. And so separating out the difficulties that they have in life into autism, into this kind of separate entity.
In fact, it's not even wrong to have high expectations for your kid, as long as you're not expecting them to be what they're not.
It makes it a little bit easier to not view it as who you are, I guess, if you view it so negatively. So I mean, the issue there is that, autism is not just all of these negative traits. It's a lot of different things, and it's a neurodevelopmental thing. It's your brain. You are an autistic person. If you weren't autistic, you would not be the same person. There's so many aspects to it, and I do find that a lot with people who do autistic people who do use that person first language. I never, if someone wants to be referred to in that way, I always refer to them in that way because it's just like the kind thing to do. They have reign of how they want to be referred to, which is cool with me. But it does tend to be people who really just view it very negatively and not as like a whole thing. And the things that they're good at, they don't necessarily attribute to being autistic, and saying that this is the good part of me, and they kind of box off these negative traits into what they describe as autism, if that makes sense. Just from my experience listening to people, it's definitely the way that I used to view it when I was a bit younger. It's normal to want to have something to blame and not sort of internalize that as something to do with you. It's a bit more kind of dissociating, separating kind of experience, I guess.
Your heart is breaking all day long. You think about his future and all the pain he's in, and I don't think they can understand that.
Okay, this mom
I mean, it
says
looks
that
pretty
her child
chill.
is in constant pain, even though autism is not an inherently painful condition. So the only part of autism that should be, like, painful, I think, is sensory issues, which can be accommodated. Like, he doesn't have any sensory gear, he doesn't have any headphones, earplugs, he doesn't have sunglasses.
No
Like, if
cheese.
he's in pain, then maybe that's why. Or she is falsely attributing the signs of a different comorbid condition to autism to make autism seem worse. Or she's seen too many Autism Speaks ads and now thinks that autism causes immense suffering and misery. Vote below. Okay, and the next two sections...
It's arguable that autism can cause some misery, but that's a different respect. It isn't a pain thing as in pain, although I do experience a lot of pain from like sensory issues, but I don't know what she was talking about either. That was just way too vague and I think misleading. Probably intentionally, of course.
Yeah, and it's like that kid did not look in any pain. He was just like stimming away, which is cool. Like, I think some people just attribute, they see like it's odd for them. It's like a novelty for some people. They're like, oh, this person's making these strange movements that most people don't do, and that must be a bad thing, and they must be trying to cope with pain. Yeah, maybe with their sensory environment could possibly be the reason why they're regulating, but it's not like a, often people they want like a visual representation of it, and they think that stimming is always going to be this thing that is associated with pain. A lot of people enjoy stimming just for the sake of stimming. It's nice, feels good.
Of the video, they talk about real issues that are actually really interesting to hear about. So firstly, they talk about eloping, which is autistic children and adults tend to just like get up and leave.
Danson ran out the door himself, which was absolutely terrifying.
Okay.
It was freezing cold, no shirt on.
Lock your
and no
doors.
shoes on.
Don't know
Daniel had
anything
to
about
walk to
that
the
one.
front door.
He got away from me and he was running down the middle of First Avenue. She took off once and we had to call the police.
I have the right to plausible deniability on this one.
I immediately called the police.
I'm just running straight on into traffic.
Oh, okay. Now, when she's like, I called the police. If you get the police involved in the United States, you have to consider that they may end up killing said autistic person. Police have a horrible track record with autistic people, and because autistic people maybe having meltdowns or whatever. They may not follow directions like a cop expects, so the cop's just going to wax them. And when they do, and they say, "Oh, well, they're autistic," well, you know what? They'll say, "Well, it was a good shoot. They didn't do what the cop said," and so they just get away with it. So it isn't even like something they need to worry about, particularly if someone is autistic. Then they can just get they know that it's going to be much easier to get away with having shot someone than if they were not autistic. So I know that I'm framing that in a very strange way. I was a peace officer for 15 years. But when you kind of like look at it from the legal aspects and so forth, and when they're kind of looking at it, yeah.
And all of the moms have a story about this happening. This is absolutely a real thing that happened. This happened to me when I was a little kid. I would just get up and leave. Also, when I was 14, I just like walked away in a different...
Happened with some of the kids that
It's happened to me as an adult, and it's happened with my son.
I taught. They tended to do that as well.
state that I had never been to. I just walked away from my family and they had to call the cops to come and find me. I also still get lost in like grocery stores and stuff, so I can imagine for someone who is a very young child or who just has higher support needs, this could be very dangerous. And then next they go on to talk about how they're perceived by other people, that people assume that they're just bad parents or they can't control their kids or they must be like hurting their kid to make them like scream.
Yeah, the whole thing where they can't control their kid, so it shows you conceptually they misunderstand altogether of what's going on.
Public.
She's
We're
right.
just judged more harshly and more constantly.
And I feel like this is something that I can perhaps empathize on because there has been a lot of misinformation about parents of autistic people as well. You know, you have the whole refrigerator mother hypothesis about, you know, cold parenting producing autistic children. And you know, if their autistic kid has a meltdown in public, then it's seen as like a tantrum. You know,
for me, it was but the kid is acting out. It's a behavior issue. This is when behavioralism, behavioral sciences were really first starting to take hold, and all the things that are applied in ABA were applied to me. It just wasn't called that yet, but that behavioral science was being put together at that time.
It's something that is the parents' fault.
And that's how it was. And so the more autistic I was, the harder my parents came down on me because I was simply being rebellious.
You know, obviously.
And no, I was not. I was being autistic. I was an autistic kid trying to comply and make them happy, but I couldn't do it because I was autistic. I had no idea what was going on. I didn't even understand. I had no idea.
In these cases, you know, a bit of sensory aids would probably help a little bit. Bit of routine planning, going to places where it's a little bit less busy. You know. I empathize to some degree with that, but it's just the way that they just blame it on their kids. And it's like, come on, you just gotta stay strong for your kid, you know, be their advocate. Don't worry about what random strangers think of you as much as you can.
Expected to do things that no human being should be expected to do.
Why is she screaming?
Why is he hitting himself?
What are you doing to her? Why are you making her cry?
And I say, well, you know, are you an expert in autism?
And those parts may even have been good parts of a video to watch if they weren't like spliced up with also footage of children screaming and in extreme distress and their parents ignoring them and complaining about them. As well as if they focused at all on what the children are experiencing. That's something that goes throughout this entire ad. Other than that one woman who seems a little confused and is saying that her son's in extreme pain, like, for the rest of it, they don't talk about how the children who are autistic have to deal with autism and being autistic. No, they only talk about how this affects parents. And I know this specific video is about parents, but that is a common theme you will see among all of what Autism Speaks does. Okay.
And frankly, in all the autism cult community, that theme is always going to be continued, that the parents are the victim, and like I said, there's that identity that is built around being a victim, being part of something, part of a group, because you got to understand people do feel a lot of times, um, they mentally some parents or whatever become broken. They see autism as their child being broken because that's how we've been taught in society and so forth, and they don't want that. They want what's good for their kid, and so this seems to be that path, and they provide that path, and they say we're the answer, we're the only answer, and then they build that dependency, like I said, upon ABA and so forth. Autism Speaks as the leader of all this, and they're not really. There's nothing official here by any means, but it's just kind of how these kinds of cults work. It's kind of like the old money marketing cults, like the pyramid schemes and so forth. Those were all types of cults too.
This is the part. This is the part that we need to talk about. This is the very bad part.
Trigger warning. If you don't want to hear this.
When I realized I had sat in the car for about 15 minutes and actually contemplated putting Jody in the car and driving off the George Washington Bridge, and that would be preferable to having to put her in one of these schools.
That's a lady who worked for Autism Speaks. That's the face of Autism Speaks, so to speak. Yeah, Thomas. Okay, you got that one right, Thomas. You've redeemed yourself.
And it's only because of Lauren, the fact that I have another child, that I probably didn't do it.
So that woman just sat there and laughed and smiled with her child in the background while she talked about how she thought about ending her own life and murdering her daughter for being disabled, because she would rather that than have her.
That's just so disgusting.
And this really happened in this commercial. This is real stuff. This isn't stuff that is made up by any haters or something like that. This is real stuff.
God damn
it. He's trying to compose himself. He's had enough of that. That's funny.
WTF. I don't know how else to react other than crying my eyes out. It's just
Similar. The entire article is about how hard it is to be a parent of an autistic child, rather than being about this woman who murdered her daughter in cold blood for being disabled. Christopher.
It's terrible, isn't it? It's
And
you just can't really believe it.
That's how you can really tell what kind of organization it is. What perspective do they come from? Do they come from the perspective of the autistic person, helping the autistic person, or literally from the what are the needs that this autistic people need, instead of how do we help the parents or whatever. When it's focused towards anything other but the autistic person, that's where you start getting into the cults. That's where you start getting into trouble. Now, I'm not saying that parents and family members should be ignored or anything like that. That's all very important, that they have their own psyches to worry about and so forth. But the focus, when we're talking about disabled people, should be the disabled people. Just gonna throw that out there.
To be honest, it's just, it's ridiculous.
Kenny, Autism Dad and Legislative Director of the Autism Society of Illinois, said this about the murder. Quote, "Whatever comes out of the McCarran case, it is already clear that many, many people in our community have seen something of themselves in it."
I bloody hope not. God damn it.
That's him literally saying, whatever happens, whether this mom killed her kid or not, a lot of us know what it's like to be that mom. We know what it's like to want to murder our children. We think about that all the time. And we really should feel bad for us. I know there's a little girl who's dead, but maybe this is about me, you know? He continued to say, quote, "Concerned parents have communicated the feelings of despair and isolation so many of us have felt at different times in our lives with autism. We cannot ignore the bigger picture and context within which this and other such acts occur." So in that part, he's basically saying that this isn't just like a crime that happened and it shouldn't be talked about as one. We need to talk about how hard it is to be a parent, and we need to understand why she did that, and that it's because there aren't enough resources, which there aren't. And the entire article kind of just goes on like that, in a very similar tone to the Autism Speaks video. It just talks about how we can't really blame the mom because it's so hard to be an autism parent. And I'm not blaming this girl's death on Autism Speaks, unlike the people in this article.
We are indeed. I'm eating my sub right now. I'm gonna be on here for a few hours, but I don't want to be on camera eating. You know what I'm saying? Okay. But yeah, it is often framed that way. Very much framed that way.
I am blaming the death on the murderer. The reason that I'm bringing this up in the conversation about Autism Speaks is because it, first of all, came out 1 month after they released a video of a mother saying that this is what it's like to be an autism mom. But also because the tone in that video and the way that they make it seem like whatever these parents do to their kids and whatever they feel about their kids is completely like valid and okay when it isn't, is extremely similar to how this article is written. And I will have the article linked below if you want to read it and see how similar these are. But for the rest of the Autism Everyday video, they go on to talk about how autism destroyed their lives, their marriages, it drained their entire bank accounts and put them in debt. And instead of blaming the fact that we don't have a healthcare system, we don't have support for these kids, we don't have like free counseling or mental health treatment for parents, instead of blaming any of those things, we're supposed to blame autism and want to find a.
And that's why organizations like Autism Speaks are so dangerous. When the autism community is trying to take a step forward, they're wanting to take steps backwards and see to it that our voice is not heard, that we are not understood, and that people donate to them. That the money goes, that people intend to go to autistic people goes to Autism Speaks. And all nonprofits or corporations, whatever, are there to make money. That's their purpose. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist. So it's in the corporation's interest or the nonprofit's interest to make money because that's what they're there for. That's my whole big economics thing.
Cure to autism even more. Next, we're going to talk about a more popular ad.
There's just there's the reason why I'm staying so quiet is there's just nothing really that I can add to that. It's like, I don't know if this person is called Foster, but Foster is doing a very good job of reflecting how I think and feel about this. You know, it's tragic. Like the way that they talk about it and saying that like this is the consequence of being autistic. It's like, no, this is like murder. Like this hits home. It does.
The one that I was referencing in the beginning of this video, this is the I Am Autism
here we go, yeah.
From Autism Speaks. Autism Speaks has deleted this video and apologized for posting it, but it's still free on YouTube and we're still going to react to it right now, and then we'll talk about the apology and everything later. The full written out transcript of this video is also linked in the description.
This is the thing. When you put out something this bad, there's no coming back. There's no apologizing. There's no saying, oh, this is like having taken part in and advocated for the Holocaust and saying, yes, but we want to represent Jewish people and what their ideas are. When you've gone down the road that road of actively wanting and being involved in the Holocaust, you can't just say, "But I'm an advocate for Jewish people." It don't work, and that is how extreme their response is, and how ridiculous their response is.
There we go.
I am autism. I'm visible in your children, but if I can help it, I am invisible to you until it's too late. I know where you live, and guess what?
I'm laughing because it's stupid, and it's insane that something like this has ever been created. It's like a goddamn horror movie.
I live there too. I work very quickly. I work faster than pediatric AIDS, cancer, and diabetes combined.
Oh my god.
Exactly the same
So
position,
this ad
yeah.
is supposed to be narrated by autism itself. It has a deep demonic voice, and that is supposed to be the voice of autism, this disease that is out to kill your children and take them away from you and ruin your life. It frames autism as a disease that is almost like a parasite that attaches itself to your child. It's not part of who they are. It's
No.
something that is destroying them from the inside out. It also
This stream is I am autism, and I am infecting your computer screens everywhere. You have to be careful because I will.
And these are the people who want to represent autistic people. Why? Why would we want you to even be involved when this is your idea of what autistic people are?
Will drain your wallet. I will destroy your family and your friendships and your connections and everything that you love in the world. I am autism sim. you gotta make some jokes about just how goddamn stupid it is. It's
compares autism to cancer and pediatric AIDS, specifically in a way that makes it sound like it is worse than both of those combined,
Combination.
as well as diabetes, and that's just super fucking disrespectful, both to autistic people, but also to cancer survivors and people who die of cancer, as well as pediatric AIDS. What the hell?
And if you are happily married, I will make sure that your marriage fails. Your money will fall into my hands, and I will bankrupt you for my own self-gain. I don't sleep, so I make sure you don't either. No cure for me. Your scientists don't have the resources, and I relish their desperation.
and the thing is, they just use clips of just autistic kids and adults just chilling. Like, there's nothing particularly demonic about what they're doing. It's like some of them are stimming, some of them are like playing on the slide, some of them like building sand. Castles, like, what's going on here?
Your neighbors are happier to pretend that I don't exist. Of course, until
chilling by the tree.
It's their child. I am autism.
Bouncing.
I have no interest in right or wrong.
Okay, as it continues, once again, we're focusing on how autism affects everyone except for autistic people. Instead of showing that autistic people are real-life humans who can think and feel, it decides to instead make it out like they are a burden on their entire families who only exist to be a burden. You may also notice that they're only showing clips of children, similar to the last video. They focus entirely on autistic children and never autistic
I think there was
adults.
some
This video
adults in
also
there.
seems like kind of a failed attempt at a smear campaign. Like, they were trying to fearmonger and make it seem like autism is the worst thing in the world. But the clips that are under this horror movie music and this horrifying narration are just clips of kids who are like playing and standing around not doing anything wrong. So it seems
Exactly. It's not even that they like. It's not even that they were like hitting people or like.
It's the fact that they exist. That's what the problem is.
Having aggressive meltdowns, like throwing stuff around. They're like just chilling with this horror movie-esque like music and you know, old recorded camera footage kind of thing, and the demonic booming voice.
like they wanted this to be like super scary and make everyone so scared of autism. But the autistic kids are doing great. They're just chilling there. Anyway, let's watch the rest of the ad. I'm sure that they'll focus on actually disabled people and not just parents and caregivers in the second half.
And to autism I say,
I am a father,
a mother, a grandparent,
brother,
a sister.
I am a parent riding towards you.
You forget the spirit of mothers and daughters and fathers and sons.
We are
the United Kingdom.
United States. We are Argentina.
We are the United Nations.
Haha, nope. They repeat the fact that this is entirely about parents, siblings, grandparents, teachers, scientists, Russia. This is about everyone except for autistic people. And they repeat that line like 4 times. Like I said, Autism Speaks removed the I Am Autism video and apologized.
I
and we're
wonder
going to
why.
get into that. I think it's a great way to transition to all of the ways that they've changed throughout the years. Before we can get into that though, we need to talk about the biggest reason that people hate Autism Speaks, and I've alluded to it multiple times by now. But let's talk about why we don't want a cure for autism. Firstly, unlike what Autism Speaks wants you to believe, autism is not an inherently painful and miserable condition. It's not a disease at all, actually. It's just a neurotype. And a lot of people who have that neurotype, a lot of autistic people are suffering and struggling a lot for a lot of different reasons.
Mostly because of other people and the resulting conditions that come from the difficult experiences with other people. Like mental illness. Very, very common for autistic people. So is all types of use. Pretty much across the board, you will find disproportionate levels of pretty much all of the negative things that autistic people experience. I would also like to say that, you know, not every single autistic person does see it as not a negative thing. I know a lot of people who do see it as a negative thing. I think overall, like, the message of the actually autistic community is like that. But, you know, I don't think every single person would share that opinion. Not saying that it's not a valid opinion, it's something that I hold. You know, I don't think it's inherently a negative thing. It can be for some people, although in a lot of circumstances I would argue that that person just didn't have the adjustments or the supports in order to, you know, thrive, do well, avoid difficulties.
But many of those could be solved by just accommodating autistic people,
There you go.
not getting rid of autistic people. Some people are non-vocal and have no way to express themselves. This
And another thing, look at some of the top visionaries, creative people, business owners in the world. Have a look at them. Just really see what they're about. Watch some interviews with them. Kind of a little bit of hints of autism coming in there. Even actual autism diagnosis. Even looking back in history, reading up on people's characterizations of these individuals who have made a marked impact on society. I will look at them. If we got rid of autism, we would have got rid of those people.
And that
we need those people.
That goes down to the argument I was making earlier, that we have to make that case that we have value, because if we do not make the case that we have value, if we do not bring value to society, and it already is pretty much the judgment, and to some respects it's true by the how we measure things, but as a society, our self-worth is measured by productivity. One's expectations of another human being, or what have you, are all based on productivity. And
these people are good for us.
With that being said, we have to keep that in mind, because if they just say, well, they're just autistic, they can't be productive, then that's where we start being classed as less than human. So I don't think it's going to be very easy to change this idea ourselves for our purposes of productivity, or what human value is. Now, with robotics and so forth, and the internet and technology and so forth, we may be reevaluating what human value is, and self-worth, or whatever, what all that is. But as it is right now, I don't think we're going to change the views of humankind. So we have to then prove that we are worth something, or then they will be able to justify eugenics, so forth. Well, you don't want your kid being born autistic now, do you? And that will fly.
And it's not necessarily saying that we need to extract all the value out of an autistic person, because that's not the intention. But when we're talking about it in terms of, like, is this an inherently good thing? A lot of people, they jump to, are they good for progressing humanity or doing well in work? And to that I would say yes. And there's probably a lot more untapped potential than you would think with people within the autistic community, with their amazing skills, hyperfixations, traits, a lot of untapped.
And the thing that's great now is, if we can take anyone, and it doesn't matter whether they're autistic or not, and we can take a child and we figure out kind of early what their strengths are, what their likes are too. Usually your likes align with your strengths, say math or what have you, science type tendencies. But if you can find out what those kids' likes are, what their interests are, what their strengths are, and help them along in their education, and help tailor their education to their needs, specifications of what they are interested in, you could almost tailor make very specific scientists and whatever specialist you needed, which could be absolutely amazing. If we were to look at value or work production, what have you, in that kind of respect, I think we would see like 1,000 times more production as far as learning, even productivity, etc. If we were to kind of look at the world in that respect. And what my point here is if we did that with autistic people, we would glean a lot more of those Bill Gates, Einsteins, Nikola Teslas, Edison types, because we would be actually working to their strengths, to help them build their own strengths, and through their own interests and so forth. So I think that would be a great way, and I think that may be a direction that learning will go in the future. Of course, you're going to have a lot of your basics and so forth, but I think it might diverge much quicker than it does in our rather, I think, antiquated idea of what an education should be.
untapped potential that really needs to be utilized, that could actually make a really big difference in a lot of areas of society, not just maths and technology and science, a lot of different areas.
Could be solved by using alternative communication, or allowing them to write or type or use an iPad or speak in other ways.
Use that in teaching.
However, a lot of parents of autistic children
Howdy.
will refuse to give their kids any other form of communication in hopes that that will make them more likely to speak out loud. I've also heard of many issues where ABA therapists will take away communication devices as a punishment to teach kids that they shouldn't be doing a behavior. So the problem of non-vocal people not being able to express themselves doesn't need to be solved.
That's just basic behavioral science is what that is. And a lot of those things or whatever also apply to brainwashing, cults, or even sales. Anytime you're trying to influence someone. I've always had the position that anytime you are interacting with anyone or anything, any animal, anything, you were in a teaching and learning position. And how you interact, both of you are going to learn something. There's going to be a takeaway. So I say every opportunity is a teaching opportunity. Every interaction I have with an animal, every interaction I have with a person is a interaction that where we're trying to probably influence one another for one reason, whatever. And that doesn't have to be good or bad. I mean, my wife maybe say, hey, it's time for dinner. Now her influence is she wants me to know that it's dinner time, so I'll be ready, and so that I will know that, and I will be ready for my own benefit. So it could be good. But every interaction is, and I think every interaction, I don't think you have to be super analytical, but just keep that in mind. And that's why, as a trainer, an animal trainer, I think a lot of people think an animal is trained and then they have to stop. But every single interaction you have with that animal, like a horse or whatever, you're teaching them something. And you may be teaching them a new bad habit or a new good habit, whatever. But you have to always keep that in mind.
Solved by making a cure so that they can talk. It can be solved by just allowing them to communicate in different ways.
That's interesting. The non-verbal, non-vocal thing that they brought up, it's not something that I've ever come across as a thing. Let's have a look. Nope.
And I hadn't heard about this until yesterday. I think I was looking at the same film.
Pull up an art, see if I can find an article on it, because I have not heard anyone make that distinction before. Want to stay up to date with all the vernacular, is that the right word? I don't know. Non-verbal communication includes vocal elements, which is referred to as paralanguage, includes pitch, volume, rate, non-vocal elements, which are usually referred to as body language, and includes gestures, facial expressions, eye contact, and many other things. Non-verbal means without words. Yeah, I mean, I would say that a lot of non-speaking individuals, as they said, you know, they do have words.
I can definitely see the distinction here. My son was I don't know if he would be considered nonverbal. No, I guess he used some words and sometimes, but he did not speak, so to speak. He did not talk. He would use a partial slur that his sister understood and she would interpret for him and so forth. But she was really the only one that understood him. We called it tater talk because we called him Tater. Like he was, I guess, nonverbal. He didn't always, but he could make sounds or whatever. And of course, he did. I would say he was I would call him kind of mute. I don't know. Maybe that's an old term that isn't used anymore. Probably like really offend somebody. You said mute, but he just didn't really talk that much. Is what I mean by mute. He could, but it didn't mean he couldn't. He just didn't talk.
They can't necessarily hold a conversation, but I guess that makes more sense.
Nickelodeon was kid.
And that's
every
how
Saturday.
Taters
But
was.
that were
He
one of the darkest
really
chapters.
he could express words, ideas
Definitely something to
to an extent, but you weren't really going to have a conversation, and he didn't care to when he could talk.
look into a bit more. Non-speaking means the person, or non-vocal means the person doesn't communicate using spoken words. Interesting.
Similarly,
And
many
he-
autistic people are
He did use different ways of communicating and so forth, but he didn't necessarily use words. Sometimes he did, sometimes he not. But you weren't having a conversation with him. And like I said, even when he could have a conversation with you, he probably wouldn't have.
extremely lonely and are bullied or excluded from a lot of groups and activities. We don't need to cure autism in order to solve this problem. We could just be nice to autistic people. Many of us can't work or can't work regular jobs, and because of that, many of us will endure poverty and homelessness, even if we're on disability. But the solution to that isn't getting rid of autism. It's things like
Employment rates for autistic people about 23%. I think maybe just in the UK, of any type of employment. I'm not just talking about full-time. Full-time's a lot lower. Any type of employment, about 23% is outstandingly bad.
making housing a human right, giving people basic necessities regardless of if they have any income.
So I think what he was saying is that only 23% of autistic people, autistic adults or whatever that are working age are working. I think is what he was saying. And it's I think it's a little bit lower here in the United States. I think it's like more like 17%. I could be wrong. And I probably am, so don't take my word for it. I'm just like pulling stuff out of my
Improving disability services, or starting employment opportunities specifically for disabled people. Autism doesn't need to be cured to do any of that. And there are plenty of other problems like this that could be solved by making the world a better place for autistic people to live instead of making the world a place where no autistic people live by curing autism. And that's the next point. They'll talk about how important it is to find a cure.
Honestly, I don't know if humankind could last if you were literally to get rid of all autistic people from humankind over the next 100 years or whatever. What problems would come up that autistic people, if they could have been there, would have been solved, but you didn't allow them to live, and so humankind dies. Say a asteroid coming towards the Earth or something. And the thing is outlandish as that is, it's very feasible. People believe Galileo was autistic. Nikola Tesla, Einstein, Bill Gates is autistic. Alan Turing was probably autistic. These are people who specifically had a profound impact on all of humankind and forever will have a profound impact on humankind, no matter what direction we go in, because it will be them that help us to get wherever we're going. But if you got rid of those types of brains, what would you do? When you have eliminated the type of brains that are capable of solving unorthodox problems, you need unorthodox brains.
Cure and how it would help so many autistic people, but they refuse to acknowledge that by doing that we could very well eradicate
Was that well said? I don't know.
autistic people from existence. And a lot of people will defend this by saying that the cure would be optional, which it might be, but who would get to make that decision? Because Autism Speaks and similar
I didn't have that option. And having been born autistic, I would not want to be born an holistic person. But if my parents had said, no, we don't want him to be autistic, I would never know that because I would never have been born. So, I guess it's hard how far you want to take it. Is it the mother's right? And the way this is, of course, going to be played. Oh, so do you want an unhealthy kid, huh? You're that kind of parent, right? Yeah, how many people really want to be in that situation at all? This is why we have to make the case that autistic people are important to have in the population. Because if people do not believe we have value, if people think we are a dread on society or whatever, then it will be considered cruel to have a child that is born autistic. People will be shunned for it. That could happen. So we as a community have to make that case because the neurotypical world doesn't care. It doesn't affect them. Just saying.
Organizations focus as much of their resources as they can on early detection of autism, finding the diagnosis.
I tell you what, if that kind of thing happened, I would definitely be doing some kind of action. I would be fighting against that so much. 100%. It is. I understand the fear of it. I do think that there has been some research that's been shut down, which I was kind of a bit more on board with, just because I think we do need to kind of research and understand autism.
He's probably talking about Spark.
And understand.
And Spark is in bed with Autism Speaks. There's a fellow named Hanson or something like that this was pushing the whole Spark thing. Now it supposedly got derailed, but like I've seen commercials still running about Spark fairly recently, within like last 3 or 4 months. And I don't know why I was still seeing those commercials when supposedly the whole project was shut down because of complaints from the autistic community. Now, I don't know if there are contracts or whatever for advertisement that they had to run, and because these companies, whether the project even existed or not, because they had already been paid, they had to fulfill that contract. So they just kept running the commercials. I don't know if that's what the case was, or if the project is actually, in fact, still going. I don't know the facts on that, but yeah, it is basically another genetics thing, trying to figure out the autism gene. And the thing is the more we study, we're finding that there isn't a, so to speak, autism gene. There never will be a autism gene. Genetics we're finding are a lot more complex than what we previously understood. That doesn't mean we're down the road and that we can't do a lot of wonderful things and we don't have a lot of wonderful understanding. It's just the more we understand, the more we know that we don't know.
Like how the co-occurring conditions come across, and whether it's an environmental thing, whether it's just an inherent biological thing. Understanding those things would be really important. Not because if it's like a biological thing, but if it's an environmental thing, that means that there is more evidence to show that it's caused by the environment. A lot of our disability is caused by the environment that we're in, lack of accommodations, things of that nature. You know, I think a lot of autistic people are very scared of any type of research, and I think if they tried to push for something like that, there would be absolute madness going on. There would be a lot of people being very, very vocal about this, and it would definitely
people already in the community already are fairly vocal just about the idea of this. Thankfully, there's no active thing. I think Spark supposedly was shut down. That was doing a thing, trying to find, quote, the autism gene kind of thing.
I really hope that it wouldn't be something that would be passed through as like an option for parents, because that would be doomsday scenario.
Now, you said blue eyes and autism. That's what you wanted on this order, and sex. You wanted no gender. Oh my God, what the hell are we gonna do here?
Honestly,
as young as possible. So I doubt that they're.
I'm sorry, I'm making fun of rednecks.
Goal in doing that is to identify the autism, but then wait allow the children to grow up, understand what's going on with them, understand their place in the world and what neurodiversity is, and then allow autistic people themselves to weigh the pros and cons and make a decision when they're old enough to consent. No, this would be parents who just watch something like Autism Every Day and think autism is a terrible disease because of organizations like Autism Speaks, automatically deciding to cure their children without.
You don't want your kid having cancer. You don't want your kid having CP, right? You don't want your kid having autism. You don't want your kid having. Actually, I think they have a thing for Down syndrome now, a test or something like that. And now I don't know if you can say, "Oh, my kid's going to have Down, so I'm not going to have a kid," or how that works, or does not work. But yeah, we're already down that road. We're there now. And it's very, very dangerous place to be. And it's a place where we as human beings are going to have a lot of conversations and adjust our values, our ideas of what humanity is. Because as autistic people, we are human beings and we are simply a different neurotype. If we judge it as a disease, then we're saying that we are no longer part of the human race. Because we're defective, essentially. We're not what we're supposed to be. And we're not what we should be. Is literally what's being said. And so that's where we are. And that's why I'm very glad the internet is where it is and that we are beginning to have a voice. But Autism Speaks is not our voice. The autistic community is the autistic community's voice. And if Autism Speaks really cared about autistic people, they would have been involved with the autistic community. They would know that like this broadcast is going on. And I hope somebody makes them the wiser because I'm going through their website and critiquing it as an autistic person. I am telling you, any autistic person could go on that website and improve the living doo-doo out of it. Because it is not written from an autistic perspective by any means. They use ableist language, there's ableist thinking, and I've seen this, I outlined this yesterday, and I will do it again today.
Without their consent. If there was a cure, which is probably impossible, it would not be up to autistic people whether or not we take it. Not to mention that the assumption that this would just be optional is kind of not based in evidence. There are many countries with universal healthcare that don't allow autistic people to immigrate to their country, do not allow them to have work visas there, and the UK went as far as putting us on non-consensual do not resuscitate because they would rather literally let their citizens die rather than being a burden on the economy.
I had not heard that. That's messed up. So you would rather have an autistic person die? Wow. That's dehumanizing as all get out. Wow. I am so sad to hear that.
So if the government could save some money by making autistic people get cured...
It's the same with Down syndrome as well. That was something that happened particularly during COVID.
Oh.
It's disgusting.
And getting rid of us? I don't think...
Oh my... Oh my word. That's horrific. I had no idea. Wow. So the UKs are making judgments that autistic people are less than human beings and have less rights than human beings and should have less consideration than actual human beings, and thus they should be put down. When a normal human being, when an actual human being wouldn't be, is what they're saying. That is terrifying. I am an autistic person. They're saying that because if there was a car accident, me and my buddy were in a car, we both had the same thing happen to us. We're the same age, had everything identical. They would let me die because I was autistic and go ahead and give him the attention, the medical attention he needed because he wasn't. That's literally what they're saying here. If this is true here in the UK, and I'm not, I don't doubt it is here. I really don't. But I don't know that it's true, so I'll say if it's true. It just shows you how easy it could come to the United States or something like that. You've seen what the legislature's done with trans people and so forth, and I am afraid because of organizations like Autism Speaks that are thought to represent autism people but don't, that we could face these same types of travesties here in the United States. I just didn't know that these kinds of things were actually going on already.
I think it's that much of a stretch to say that they would do it. So keep all of that in mind as we talk about how Autism Speaks has changed and supposedly is no longer looking for a cure for autism. In the Q&A section of Autism Speaks website, they have a question called, "Why did we remove I Am Autism?" The response, quote, "I Am Autism was a mistake and the video was removed from our channels shortly after it was posted in 2009. We apologize for the video and any harm it may have caused." Firstly, you may notice that they are apologizing as little as possible. They aren't saying like what they did wrong.
I'm impressed they used the word harm, that they suggested that they apologize for any harm they may have caused. That's one of the best apologies, maybe if not the best apology I've ever seen from some sort of corporation, actually.
They say any harm the video may have caused rather than saying any harm they have caused. And they say that it may have caused harm, as if they don't know for a fact that it did. So, terrible apology, but at least they removed the video. They also tell people to stop spreading it. They say, "We know a lot of people are still spreading the video, and we really wish you would stop doing that. Can you please just..."
As such, I will find those and somehow put them up on my YouTube channel. Yes, I'm going to do that.
Pretend this didn't happen.
Yeah.
So, oopsie, I spread the video.
Just ignore.
Wait a minute. Wow, okay, autistic conspiracy, I say it. Yeah, wow.
The history of it. You don't need to know about it. You don't need to watch that. You don't want to harm other people.
Funny.
If I personally had a misunderstanding of autism as a whole and then made a video similar to the I Am Autism one, I would not remove it. Maybe I would. I'd remove it as it is, but then I would make a video including it and talk about how wrong the people who perceive autism this way are and how like uneducated I used to be. But I guess ignoring the fact that it ever happened is also a good solution. And that's something about Autism Speaks. You can say they've changed as much as you want to, but they never actually say what they did wrong. Like, ever. As far as I've seen, they've never actually apologized for anything specific. They say, "We took down the I Am Autism video," but they don't say...
I've studied Autism Speaks now for a couple of years now, and I have not seen anything like what she's talking about. I'm pretty sure I would have found it, and but obviously they looked from the UK. I looked from the United States here, Google and other search engines and so forth. I haven't found anything.
That autism isn't a disease and they shouldn't have made it look like one. They took the word cure out of their mission statement, but they don't actually say, "We are sorry, we shouldn't have said that there needed to be a cure. There doesn't."
And they still treat it like a disease separate from the autistic person. And that's very, very significant because they're still treating it like a disease. And it's still phrased in such a way on their website that that's what it infers, that it is an actual disease, not a neurotype. And that is extremely significant because we know, because it's not a disease, you can't cure it. You can't cure what ain't broke.
Doesn't need to be a cure. They don't actually apologize for anything specific. or say that they aren't behaving that way anymore, because they still are. So Autism Speaks is a nonprofit that people donate to. They donate money to help autistic people. So where does that money actually go once you give it to Autism Speaks?
Here we go.
In 2020, 49...
Breaking out the pie chart there. 27% research. Awareness, lobbying. 1% family services. This is 2018. It's quite recent. 5 years ago. Fundraising 20%. MISC. Damn.
10% of their budget went to raising awareness and lobbying, 24% went to research, 17% went to fundraising, 9% was just the miscellaneous costs of running the organization, and 1% went to helping the families of autistic people. That is 1%. It went to raising awareness.
Yeah, 1% family services, research, awareness, lobbying. Okay, I don't know. It must be. It must be in this area, the awareness lobbying part. Maybe fundraising. But that's where those $250,000, $300,000, $100,000, $200,000 bonuses are coming from. So this is, I mean, it's got to come from somewhere. And we're talking millions of dollars here, millions of dollars in quote bonuses for whatever they supposedly do. Not to mention their expense accounts, not to mention their actual pay. So we're getting paid in all different kinds of ways here. So when you look at one of these charts like this, they say numbers never lie, but never trust the numbers. You don't know what story that they are actually telling, is what I'm going to say.
Awareness and lobbying. 24% went to research, 17% went to fundraising, 9% was just the miscellaneous costs of running the organization, and 1% went to helping the families of autistic people. That is 1%.
Okay, and that 1%, like the Eileen, she said her son, the Autism Speaks paid. Now she's one of the executives. She got a $250,000 bonus for whatever she supposedly did. That's not to mention her base pay or expense accounts or whatever else. That was just her bonus check. Anyway, she was said that Autism Speaks paid for her son's diagnosis. So that would fit under that 1% of family services. An Autism Speaks employee would fit in that category by all means. That is family services. Because she's autistic, her son's autistic. That's how bad it is in this organization.
Of the work that they do. And you could say, wait, isn't the raising awareness helping autistic people? But not really. I mean, they make videos like I Am Autism and Autism Every Day that make people hate us and think we're evil and literally possessed by like a parasitic disease. They also participate in making movies like Sia's Music that are this. Their attempts at raising awareness also include things like Autism Awareness Month and the hashtag Light It Up Blue campaign. I mentioned this in the beginning. You remember the blue light bulbs that Home Depot sells? Yeah. A lot of people disagree with them doing this. A lot of people have actively spoken out. They use the hashtag red instead. Because, like I said, the reason that Autism Speaks was associated with the color blue, we believe, is because it was considered to be a boy's condition. So many of us use red instead. Autism Speaks...
It also could be something related to the associations that people have with colours. If you didn't know, there is some psychology to the way that people design logos, and choose their colour palette and things like that. Blue tends to be perceived as being more honest and trustworthy. So that could be a reason why as well.
So let's use
not
red
necessarily
with
to do
mean.
with kind of the
It's
gender
mad.
norms of boys liking blue and girls
Red
liking
instead.
pink and stuff. Could be the reason why. I think also it's probably a good decision on their part to cover it all in blue. You know, it's a
Red
very kind of
instead.
neutral, cool colour, hints of trustworthiness and openness and like also perhaps a little bit more like clinical as well, maybe. It gives me hints of that, the colour blue. A little bit more like factual, maybe. It's interesting. If you want to have something to Google tonight, go check out like the meaning behind colours and like logo use and stuff. It's interesting.
Thomas, love you, brother. You are so freaking autistic. I'm like, okay, that was off subject. Actually, very interesting. I listened to the whole thing. I was, and I'm thinking, that's autistic of you. Very autistic. I love it.
Entirely ignores this. They also ignore the fact that we prefer to call it Autism Acceptance Week instead of Autism Awareness Week. Because the issue isn't that people are unaware of autism, they know about it.
And now I argue that it should be Autism Voice Month because people are really beginning to accept us. That's really, we've gotten great traction there. And I think that's great. But now it's Autism Speaks. Still, that's voice is being, it's called Autism Speaks. Its voice is being heard instead of autistic people's.
They bully us for it, they threaten to drive us off bridges for it, they kill us for it. The issue is that they don't accept us and they want us to be gone. But Autism Speaks...
No, but I agree with a lot of what Foster is saying in this video. However, I do think that there is a part of awareness, like people know that it's there, but awareness is also, what does it look like? How can you help? That kind of thing. You know, perhaps education.
And see, that's the thing. In the United States, I always saw the autism awareness thing or whatever. That was it. Like a poster that says autism awareness. Okay, I'm aware. Autism. Yay, it's there. So the fuck what? That was literally what went through my head. And it wasn't that I didn't care about autism or autistic people. I'm like, okay, I know autism is there. I'm aware. Why do you just keep on saying be aware? Be aware, be aware, be aware. That doesn't help anyone. And that's why I got so pessimistic toward it, and I just started making fun of it because it was just stupid. Okay, we're aware. And so now, and that's why I agree when a lot of people went towards the autism acceptance. And we do need a lot of acceptance in society. That's always going to be something, and it's always going to be something our community is going to have to work for, towards, and on, because it's just any minority is always going to be treated as a minority. Sorry, these things are heavy as all get out, and they were beginning to hurt my head. Just one sec. So yeah, I'm gonna plug this in here because I've been on a while. These things are hot too. Get it cool down in here. Okay, so moving right along.
It's probably a better word for it. Better autism education rather than awareness. People can be aware of traits, they can be aware of difficulties, be aware of positives, perhaps. There's a lot of things that they can be aware of, which, you know, is the first step to anybody learning more about something, is you got to be aware that it's there and have access to it. It's just sadly that, you know, some organizations do have like the internet on lockdown in terms of search engines and things like that, but also a lot of people within the community.
Entirely ignores...
Thomas, why don't you just say that anytime you put in autism, the organization that pops up on Google searches is Autism Speaks, and there's all kinds of organizations or whatever, mom and pop, Joe's Flower Store or whatever, they being do-gooders, and even people in the government do-gooders, they're like, oh, well, we want to help people with autism. Oh, well, there's that Autism Speaks organization. Let me put down their address so that they can contact them. Not knowing what kind of organization it is, thinking that they're doing good, thus promoting and, you know, putting out their they're promoting them, basically putting out their email address, all that, website, blah blah blah. And so that's how that happens.
All of those criticisms. They did in fact change their logo to make it partially red and partially blue, but they didn't get rid of the puzzle piece, which is the main thing that people had a problem with. So no, their attempts at raising awareness.
And had they been part of the autism, anyone who was part of the autism community would have, if they had been asked that, would never even consider using anything that looked vaguely like a puzzle piece, because you know that's just going to piss off a lot of people. So if you're trying to stay neutral, you're trying to represent the autistic community, that is not the way to go. And they change the logo, and what do you know? They keep the puzzle piece. They just change the color somewhat.
Are not that great for us. At that point you could say, but doesn't the research help autistic people? And that's a really interesting question. I'm so glad you asked. Let's talk about the research that Autism Speaks does. So, since being founded, Autism Speaks has merged with 3 other organizations. All 3 of those organizations also started with the purpose of finding a cure and prevention for autism. These organizations are the Autism Coalition for Research and Education, the National Alliance of Autism Research, and Cure Autism Now.
Now, I really don't know the story behind this, but yes, there were other organizations that somehow, I don't know if like Autism Speaks bought them out or convinced them that if they all joined and made a big office or whatever, they could do more good. I don't know, but there are like 3 or 4 organizations, and I don't know if they were legit. I don't know anything about them, but I do know that they merged, and that was part of Autism Speaks, how its beginning started. And I think they actually started with staff because of that, but then they had that like multi-million-dollar donations and so forth from the guy that owned Home Depot, which gave them the ability to advertise. And I think they showed like what 40% of the or more of the subs or of their budget is advertising, basically making more money. And that's in a any nonprofit, you have to spend money to make money. Just like you would in another in a regular corporation. It's just kind of how it is. You got to advertise, you've got to set up events, you've got to do whatever, and that all has cost.
This third group, Cure Autism Now, they created something called the Autism Genetic Research Exchange. So the point of this is to gather genetic information from thousands of families and try to identify which genes are causing autism. AGRE.
And as I said earlier, the more we're finding out, yes, we do know, of course, genes have effects on critters, but we're also finding out it's the switches and so forth that designate what the genes do that are far more important than each particular gene. Different genes can also do the same job and so forth. It basically, as with all science, the more we're finding out, the more we know, the more we're finding out we don't know. And that we are finding out that it's much more complex than we had any idea of. And though we're still making great progress, it's just what we know, what my point is, it's not as simplistic as we're going to find this particular gene or this particular chromosome and we're just going to snip that and put in something else and that we're going to cure it. It's not going to happen that way. It can't happen that way because we know it's not down to one specific gene, and as far as the environmental factors, what if any they are, if that's 1%, 10%, whatever, we still don't know what those are. So we're still kind of a far away from that idea. But even so, if they could give me a shot and cure me, I would no longer be David Page. I would be someone else because my brain would not function in the same way that it does now, because it would no longer be an autistic brain. It just wouldn't be me.
Is the largest open access repository for genetic information in the field of autism research. And the organization that started it, Cure Autism Now, they specified that the point of this was to find ways to prevent and cure autism. It's in their old mission statement.
And the interesting thing about this is that autism is not one gene. You don't have the autism gene. It's a cluster, and it's multiple different genes that are involved in it. But we still don't particularly know why it happens. And there is also environmental factors, not particularly like outside of the womb, but inside the womb, like stuff to do with testosterone, stuff to do with lot of different, you know, aspects of how that child develops. But the main thing is that it's neurodevelopmental. So if they were to find a cure for something, prevention, it would be in the womb. It would be very crazy, just unthinkable, with the level of science that we have at the moment, to completely reconstruct someone's brain into not being autistic. So it would definitely be that genetic thing. It wouldn't be a choice. It wouldn't be like a little pill that you can swallow and you're not autistic. It wouldn't be like even a surgery. I think that would, it's just very, very, very complex, and it just wouldn't happen. It's a neurodevelopmental thing, develops within the womb. You become autistic before you're born.
So it's how your brain grows as you're developing in your mother's womb. That determines if you're autistic or not. And your brain, however it grows, however it develops, is how it develops and grows. And it's always going to be formed. You can't change how it was. That's what we're talking about here.
And that would be where the cure comes from. Getting rid of potential lives because they don't have a favorable genetic profile. That is literally eugenics. Like, it is just eugenics. It's not good, to put it lightly.
Since Autism Speaks and Cure Autism Now have merged, Autism Speaks is now part of this AGRE thing. According to
Isn't it crazy that like 3 years ago I had no idea that I was autistic, and now I am literally here streaming about people trying to commit genocide on my so-called kind or whatever, you know, saying the autistic community or whatever, and that's even, I think it's just bizarre that for 3 years ago I would have never had any idea this was going to happen.
To Autism Speaks website, AGRE, this research database started for the express purpose of curing and preventing autism, is, quote, now part of the Autism Speaks family. And I guess that makes sense, doesn't it? Because, like I said, they never stop trying to cure autism.
They're in bed together. Autism Speaks, like, I know they were involved with the Spark deal. And I remember looking it up because they had made a reference or something to the fellow. They actually, on their website, had left a crumb trail, so to speak.
They just stopped using the word cure. One of those other organizations they merged with, the National Alliance for Autism Research, they had a similar initiative to this called the Autism Genome Project. And the Autism Genome Project was started by the National Alliance for Autism Research and the NIH, the National Institute for Health. And the NIH specifies the purpose of this on their website. They say that the goal of this research was to understand what genes make it likely that a baby will be born with autism.
And I think what she's talking about here, I think it came from that guy that I was trying to reference that was part of that deal.
Autism, so that they can easily test newborns for autism and then give them early intervention. They also say one of their other goals is to create a medication for autism that will help with the neurodevelopment of autistic children. If you don't know, autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder, so helping with our neurodevelopment likely just means finding a way to make us neurotypical.
Right, and if you're helping, what are you going to help us be more autistic? The only thing that could possibly mean is that we're going to make that fetus not be autistic. Help. You know what? It probably would help us to make us more autistic.
Through medication. But the main concern about this Autism Genome Project is that it would make it possible to detect autism in the womb. This means that someone who's pregnant could be told your baby has like an 80% chance of being autistic. And the thing that usually would be said after that
and this is what I say, and this is why in today's society our value is based on our productivity. So if someone tells a young parents, look, your kid's going to be autistic, although we can give a shot in vitro since your mom's only 6 weeks along, and your child will not be autistic. Now, at the outset, any parent that says, nah, man, I don't want my kid to be autistic, is going to look like a horrible person. And they might even be a horrible person for that. Depending on what's going on with that particular person's case. I don't know. But the thing is this. It will go to the point of being considered inhumane to make your child be born and know that it's going to have cancer when you could make sure that it never would, make sure that it never has polio, make sure it never gets typhus, typhoid, malaria, autism. You can just throw it right in there. Oh, but you think your kid should be autistic, huh? But they shouldn't get malaria? See how it's going to be a hard battle, because it's going to be considered the humane thing to do. And that's what's going to happen as long as we are dehumanized and thought of as less than human, and as being not as productive as neurotypical people. Because if we're not as productive, if we're seen as a drain on society, then we will not ever equate the true humankind as being a true human being. And I'm not saying this is a big conspiracy or anything. I'm a historian. This is just how people work. I could exchange this with probably anything, a different culture, a different, in any different time. You have these same types of problems. And this is basically a kind of a hate thing, a kind of equivalent to racism or sexism, whatever. It's just a bias. And it's a bias against a neurotype. And that's why I can kind of play this out, because it's the same thing over and over.
Do you want an abortion? This would give parents the opportunity to get abortions specifically because they don't want an autistic child. This process already exists with conditions like Down syndrome. We can test for Down syndrome in the womb, and we can tell...
And the crazy thing about this particular, if you just understand it, autism is very heavily genetic. A lot of these parents who are saying like autism is destroying their child, like there's going to be one of the parents who are somewhere on the autism spectrum. Like it's very highly likely, or somewhere within their family.
I truly believe that if a child is diagnosed, it is an extremely good idea to have the parents tested. If the parents are diagnosed, then it's very good to have their parents or whatever, the grandparents, and their kids tested. That kind of thing. It is so genetic. If the quickest, easiest way to put it, if one person in that family is diagnosed autistic ADHD, start suspecting everyone. Period. Because there's a good chance it runs in that family, and there's a lot of people in that family, and also actually suspect the friends of people in that family. There's a good chance they're autistic too, because we are that attracted to each other. Our brain types are attracted to each other. It's just how it is. Neurotypical brain types are attracted toward neurotypical brain types. So, like me, I discovered I was autistic. Then all of a sudden, it dawned on me that how many people that I knew were autistic, and that it was this extraordinary amount of people, considering how few people I know. And then I figured out my kids were autistic. My mother was autistic. Found out I have a cousin that's autistic, and it's been going on and on. And then my friends, kids, friends, etc. That kind of thing. Just finding out that there's all kinds of autistic people around me, which, once again, all these oddball people, these oddball autistics, they all looked normal to me. And why? Because they were. They are all normal human beings, and that's what I saw them as. And being an autistic person, I didn't recognize their autism as being any different because it was just like mine. And so to me, we were just all normal people, and we are. We are all normal human beings. That's what my point is, and that's what their point is, kinda. I think here. I'll let them speak for themselves here.
And it's just the complete lack of awareness that, you know, that's what makes them who they are, and they're just seeing their child as like this demon, or like seeing this their child being like possessed by a demon, and wanting to stop them.
I think you're right too. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't forced by certain countries and so forth, like a malaria thing or something like that, or polio or something like that. There, those kinds of things. I could see the government wanting to mandate so that you get that herd immunity, so people don't die. They kind of tried to do that with COVID. And that you saw how much pressure they put for COVID. So what if autism is kind of considered a pandemic like COVID? What if the government put as much pressure to have people vaccinated from autism? Now I'm really going stretching. People are going, are you talking about vaccines? But you can see how if it's a good idea to everyone to be helpful to your children and to make sure that your children are not defective, and that's how it's presented, and you say, no, I don't want my kid to, maybe they want to be autistic. Oh, you want your kid to be defective, you're a horrible parent. Bleh. And that's where we can go down that road. And a lot of this is going to come from the ableism, because we are all in this world. We are based on a production based morality, or sense of self, our sense of worth. How much productivity do you have? What can you produce? How much can you produce? And as long as there's that mentality, we're always going to have this fight to fight.
Being born because they're autistic, it's bizarre thinking about it. It's like, oh my god, honestly.
Parents how likely it is that their child will have Down syndrome. In many places, they also will extend the deadline for an abortion if they find out that the child has Down syndrome. And we support abortion. Abortion is a human right, and it saved thousands.
Thomas is like, what the I'm American. I'm used to hearing stuff like this. This doesn't even faze me. He's like, what?
Thousands of lives and improve.
We're nasty people. I'm sorry.
Even more lives. So why are we talking about this like it's a bad thing? Firstly, a lot of disabled people think that if you are aborting your child just because they are disabled, that's gross. It's this whole thing with like, you get to choose.
It's not just gross as an understatement. It's eugenics. It's no. Like, I can understand with like life-threatening illnesses. You know, like there's a lot of different ones like that that could come out, and I think you could make a pretty good case for things like that. But for something that's so for autism, for Down syndrome,
and he's coming from a country that has no do not resuscitate or whatever for autistic people. Isn't it crazy how our perspective and what we get used to hearing and so forth, how we in our own minds kind of don't notice some of the travesties going around us.
Syndrome. It's just like
with the Judge Rottenberg clinic, what we allow to go on there still to this day, shock treatments. Come on. And this is just for behavioral things. It isn't for like depression and that kind of thing. No, it's just they're shocking them for behavioral reasons.
Like, it just doesn't sit right. I'm not for that.
To have children or not to have children, but trying to.
Hey, Arby's bacon, brown sugar looks good.
So yeah, I'm not gonna pay YouTube to not see commercials. we're just gonna deal with them as
is very strange.
Designer
If you
babies.
signed up to have a child, you signed up to have a disabled child, you signed up to have a trans child, you signed up to have a gay child, and you aren't supposed to be, like, picking out all of the specific traits that you want. That's kind of similar to some other people who did some really bad stuff when they found out
Eugenics.
they were able to do that. Also, this idea that, like, you are a good parent to your non-disabled kids, but you'd be a terrible parent to a disabled kid is probably not true. If you would suck at parenting a disabled kid, you would likely also suck at being a parent in general. So maybe just don't have kids. However, I do believe that anyone who wants an abortion because their child is disabled should get one, because I don't think any child deserves to be raised by a parent who thinks they shouldn't exist. But that's not the only issue here, because abortion is a personal choice.
I understand the logic in that. Wouldn't say that I agree. I'd say that they need some really hard-hitting education from actually autistic individuals about it.
Okay, I shouldn't even say anything about this one. I'm very pessimistic. Morally, I would say what she said was incorrect. That being said, if somebody says that they would have a problem with a disabled child, and they know they would be, they have no place being a parent. Period. Under any circumstance. Ever. Because they just do not have the mentality to be a parent. They're going to be too selfish, and they're just not going to be the right kind of person to be a parent. That's my take on it.
And really kind of challenge that. I still don't think that's okay.
Whether we agree with it or not. But this would also open the door for the government to force you to have an abortion.
Yeah.
And that might sound crazy, but it's not as crazy as it sounds. First of all, like I mentioned, a lot of countries with universal health care will do anything in their power to stop disabled people from existing in their country because it costs them more money for healthcare. But also forced sterilization laws in the United States to stop the spread of mental deficiencies started as early as 1907 and didn't end until the 1960s. Not to mention...
That's actually sad but true. Now, when she says doesn't end until the 1960s, I don't know if they were actually being done still in the 60s or if they were just finally outlawed then.
Where do you draw the line? You know?
And that's the big question there, Thomas. Where do you draw the line? And as disabled people, we are going to have to make that definition ourselves. We are going to have to define that line, no matter how hard that line is to define, whether we can agree on exactly where that line is or not. We're going to have to be the ones with the voice defining where that line is as disabled people, because neurotypical people in general, because they're human beings, aren't going to care. There's nothing wrong with them. I'm not saying anything, you know, that we're human beings too, but it's not their problem. But it is our problem. And it's our children's problem and our grandchildren's problem. So that's kind of how I have to look at that. I don't know. What do you folks think on this? I'm
going to be bored. They found a gene for depression. You can like...
I guess I'm getting a little bit deeper than I thought I would on this. I'm just here to make fun of Autism Speaks. Somebody get that little clip. See, he said he was just here to make fun of Autism Speaks.
They found a gene for anxiety. They found a gene for whatever. You know, like the thing is, you would be putting your faith in.
The measure of self-sufficiency is used a lot to, I guess, determine someone's functioning levels or whatever. Is that what you're saying? But as far as how human beings in general around the world, how human beings are valued is what they can produce. If how much money they can earn, how much product they can produce, that kind of thing. Oh no. Oh no. That's terrible.
other human beings to decide, and governments and people who don't particularly have the best interests of autistic people at heart, who don't really understand what it is like to be autistic and what autistic people think. It's a, where does it stop?
A whistleblower report that came out about ICE, immigration control, forcing sterilization on women in their facilities in 2020. So it's not that wild and wacky of an idea that they could just force us out of existence. But if you ask autism...
And this research, you could think about it in the confines of your own country, but as Foster is saying, doesn't necessarily... It's not going to be necessarily confined to just the UK, just the US, just Australia, just New Zealand. It can be a lot of other places. If that information was out.
See, right now I'm having a very difficult time because I have not been able to work. I had some mental stuff happen. Not both biologically or whatever. Something physically happened with my brain, and something changed. And then there was some PTSD things and other events and so forth. But I have not been able to work, basically. And I've been trying to get on SSDI. And basically they're saying because I have always been autistic, nothing's changed. I'm trying to figure out how to get my doctor or someone to help me to explain to them that if you have PTSD, that can be fixed. If you have Ehlers-Danlos, that can be treated. If you have POTS, that can be treated. If you have ADHD, that can be treated. If you have autism, that can be treated. If you have narcolepsy, that can be treated. All these things. But if you have all of them together and you're 53 and have had unknown, like, neurological events and stuff, there's no way in hell that you can say that person's going to get better. There's just too much crap going on. It's like if someone has heart disease, they don't usually just have heart disease. They have all kinds of other comorbidities, because if they just had congestive heart failure alone and they didn't have lung cancer and all these other problems, yeah, they could go jog or whatever. It wouldn't be a big deal. Or if they just only had that one little lump of lung cancer that you could take out and not all these other heart problems and lung problems and everything else. When you start adding these, each one of the things, maybe by itself you could take care of. But when you add them all together, you have a heart patient or a lung patient. And it's the same thing with the comorbidities of autism. When I was younger, my brain was better and I was able to do more things. Now there's, particularly with the POTS, there's a lot of things I'm not so good at no more.
Out there, and if those tests were out there, and if those cures were out there, I can imagine that there's quite a few countries that would enforce that, or at least make that available.
Speaks why they're doing this research. They won't say that it's for abortions. They won't say that it is for, like, breeding out the autistic people or forcing cures on them. They will say that it's for early intervention. So what are these treatments and interventions? They have a section.
And the thing is, it's like I said. I mean, if I was just autistic, I say just autistic. Autism's a big deal. But if I didn't have narcolepsy, if I didn't have Ehlers-Danlos, if I didn't have POTS, if I didn't have ADHD, if I didn't have PTSD, if I didn't have all these other comorbidities, life would be much easier. If I was only autistic, yeah, I could probably agree with them. There would be no reason why I couldn't still be working. And so when they look at each one of these things, I asked my doctor, I said, this is what I need. And they sent me this list. And I'm like, any one of these things can be cured or whatever, or treated. And they're going to say, so what? But they're not going to take into account when you throw all these things together, you have a seriously jacked up person.
Called interventions on their website, and I checked. So the first thing they recommend is ABA therapy, also known as Applied Behavioral Analysis. This is a therapy that is extremely controversial and, once again, very dividing. It's very similar to the topic of Autism Speaks.
And it's all the same crowd. Your Autism Speaks people and your ABA people are the same crowd as the not actually autistic people, or the not autistic community, the people that are made up of actually autistic people. So there's basically two communities. There's the autism mom community, is what best way to put it, and then the actually autistic community. And there's a very clear divide there. And you can tell the people that work at Autism Speaks, and I'm going to get into some of those videos. In fact, I'll do it after this one. I'll go into their own videos, and we can see, and by the videos that they have produced, where their ableism will come through. And I've already seen it. Well, I haven't seen the videos that we're going to look at, but I've seen it in their other videos, so it's just fun to point it out.
A lot of non-autistic parents and caregivers love it so much. They will talk about how it saved their lives and it improved their child, and it's the most evidence and research-based approach.
You know, I taught and he did. And as far as his talking, I literally sat down and went through each sound and broke each part of the words down. Like in the English language, we have syllables and so forth. So I broke down the syllables and so forth. And we worked with it very, very hard. He wasn't real happy with me, but he saw his own progress and he knew it was helping. So he was like, you know. So that's how we did that. But yeah, it is. You do not have to have ABA to do the things that ABA wants to do. In fact, you don't actually want to do what ABA wants you to do, and that's program your kids to mask. But what you should be doing is looking at your kids' sensitivities, their emotional background, their experiences, or whatever, and understand their interception issues, that they may not know what their needs are. They just may be sick. Like a lot of times I'll tell my wife I'm sick. I don't know what's wrong. I just know I'm sick. And I am, but I don't know why or how or what's wrong. It's just how it is. So you have to take that in consideration, not immediately say, well, this kid's misbehaving. And that's the starting point for ABA, is it's behavioral science. It's based in behaviors, not the autistic person's needs and their perspectives.
While a lot of people who are actually autistic who went through ABA therapy will say that it was abusive, it traumatized them, and it should be abolished.
I know people who have seen this, who've seen the results of this type of therapy. Not going to give my own particular thoughts on it. I mean, you can probably imagine. My suggestion to any parents who are watching this who are thinking, oh, okay, right, what do I go for? The best approach to it is not to go down this very pigeonholed route of going for a therapy. What you want to do is you want to learn about your child, learn how to adjust with them. There's a whole page on it. There's a person on Instagram.
See, I have such a hard time with this because I was autistic and I had autistic kids. I didn't know I was autistic. Didn't know they were autistic. We were all normal. And I just wanted to be a dad. That was my thing. They were my hyper focus or whatever. So I didn't worry about anything. I treated them like human beings. I treated them like I was expected to be treated as a child. I wasn't treated that way, but that's how I treated them. I treated them kind of like adults. And I really had no problems with them whatsoever. They were so freaking easy. They took care of themselves. But I definitely didn't parent like most parents. I didn't ever punish them, really. But there wasn't any reason to. All I had to do was say, okay, here's a mistake. We talk about it, okay, this is obviously what happened. This is what the mistake was. Okay, we learned from it. Okay, let's go play PlayStation. I mean, I'm really breaking it down, but it almost was that simple. And you could ask, well, can't ask my son now, but you could definitely ask my daughter. That's really how I was. I really kind of put it on them. I put just wanted them to think about it and understand what they did and what the consequences were and why.
That I had on the podcast about autism parenting. If you want to go look them up, it's free. It's in my podcast playlist. You'll be able to find it, and it's neuro-inclusive parenting. and it's not as it doesn't need to be as complicated or stringent as like having particular guidelines. You know, you can borrow some things from other therapies, ways of teaching that could be applicable or work for a particular child, but you're also not pigeonholed and like stopped from branching out and finding different things that work that are not necessarily part of this very closed off system. And there's definitely a lot of things that are parts of, you know, that kind of practice that I don't agree with. I'm sure Foster might, or maybe Foster might go into it.
So let me know if you want a video just about ABA therapy, because I actually do think there are a lot of things that people aren't including when they talk about it, both like positive things about ABA and negative. Not that I support ABA, there are just certain things that people like don't mention that they probably should. But if you want a video on that, let me know. For now, let's talk about the most common criticisms of ABA. First of all, it focuses on ignoring the needs of children.
Yes.
And what we got to understand is ABA, I don't know if they openly support Autism Speaks. I don't know if they openly, it seems like they kind of, they have not spoken out against ABA for sure. But I think they at least overtly support ABA. I don't think they have it directly written in their website or anything else. I haven't gotten through their website completely. I will try to get through it probably today.
Secondly, it attempts to improve dangerous behaviors, like children eating non-edible things or running out in the street, like we talked about earlier. But along with that, it often also focuses on stopping non-harmful behaviors
Like
just to
stimming.
make children seem normal. So, for example, they would also stop a kid from lining up toys and teach them that they have to play normally.
And this is, it comes down to teaching kids how to pick up a doll and hold the doll properly. And no, this was not in the context of learning how to take care of a baby. This was how to play appropriately for like 4-year-olds and stuff like that. So yeah, they got so uptight about what was the proper way to play and what was the not proper way. How can you not play properly? That's the case they're making. The kids weren't playing right. Damn kids. If it wasn't for them kids snooping around, I would have got away with it.
Play correctly.
And finally, ABA is
That
based
sounds
on
fun.
changing us. The father of ABA actually also worked with the very groundwork, the foundations of gay conversion therapy to stop people from being gay. Not to mention that ABA also focuses on training children like dogs. And I'm going to read you a quote from that same founder.
Okay, so this training... Yes... Okay, I kind of don't like this argument, training people like dog. You're training people like you train animals. Behavioral science applies to all animals, and I don't care what... It applies to fish. I've seen it happen. I saw a fish train a man when it was time to feed it. This fish would splash my father-in-law. But he literally trained and conditioned my father-in-law to feed it. A fish did that. That's totally not lying. The fish tank sat right next to his couch, and when he'd forget, the fish knew when it was time to eat. So the fish would get mad or whatever, but it would start splashing him until he fed it. And so he literally conditioned my father-in-law learned that when he was getting splashed, that he was supposed to be feeding the fish. So yeah. Anytime you have that kind of interaction, it all falls under behavioral science. I talk about brainwashing. But it doesn't necessarily mean that every single thing that ABA does is brainwashing. Just because the same techniques are used for gay conversion therapy or whatever, it doesn't equate them all the same way. But in some respects, torture is torture. And it doesn't matter how you elicit that torture, it is still torture. And in a lot of ways, ABA for autistic people is torture. Definitely was for me as a PDA kid, because they were throwing all these demands and expectations on me that didn't need to be there, and for no reason, and didn't explain it.
Who worked with gay conversion therapy, who created ABA, about how he described working with autistic children. Quote, "You see, you pretty much start from scratch when you work with an autistic child. You have a person in the physical sense. They have hair, a nose, and a mouth, but they are not people in the psychological sense. One way to look at the job of helping autistic kids is to see it as a matter of constructing a person. You have the raw materials, but you have to build the person. Yet autism..."
So, and that's where the basis, he's considered the founding father of LeVar. He was kind of considered the founding father of ABA, and that was his attitude towards autistic people. And we've been talking about Autism Speaks, and that is very, very similar to what they're trying to project in those commercials, that they have a hair, nose, mouth, but they are not people in the psychological sense.
But they are not
That's kind of pretty much what they were projecting in those commercials.
people in the psychological sense. One way to look at the job of helping autistic kids is to see it as a matter of constructing a person. You have the raw materials, but you have to build the person. Yet, Autism Speaks' first recommendation for intervention is ABA therapy. They go on to list some other therapies, some of which are way cooler, but they are known for just funneling parents of newly diagnosed kids into ABA therapy. So has Autism Speaks changed? Not really. Here are some other organizations you can donate to instead. Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, Autistic Women and Non-Binary Network, Self-Advocates Becoming Empowered, Autistic People of Color Fund, and Communication First. I will have links to all of those and the videos we watched and the sources for all of my information in the description below. You can
and
also
that
go
is
to
the
the
totality
description to find ways
of his video that I stole from him, so that I had actual content. That's nothing like being blatant about it, right? Meet Seth, Autism Speaks. Oh boy, this is from Autism Speaks. Okay, I tell you what, I need to go to the restroom real quick. And so I'm going to let this roll here, and I will be right back. And this is only about 2.5 minutes long or whatever, so it's not that long. So let me let it roll.
I had 3 other children at the time who were neurotypical children. They had their challenges, but with Seth, it hit me so different. I started noticing that his language just didn't continue to develop. Pragmatic language, but around the age of 4 was when we got the definitive diagnosis. He would melt down and throw something, and I mean really hurt somebody. We didn't think anyone would understand, and it was really, really challenging. And it took a lot of effort for me to sometimes make it through the day. The 100-day toolkit that Autism Speaks provides, and I'm a sucker for learning, right? Like, I'm a professor, so for me, I needed knowledge, I needed information, I needed resources. They provided that to really help us and encourage us to keep going. I knew that Seth was going to be a big guy. I said, you know what? Seth needs to feel like he's a part of the boys too. He'll have a workout regimen. Finally putting the pieces together to try to make him healthy was the best thing I ever did for him. My social media network of family and friends all across the nation, all across the world have joined in. For me, finding community was really important for his growth and development and for helping me grow and develop. Me and Janet just really clicked. You know, we just really clicked, and it became like I had a sister in the fight, you know?
The people we connect with are not just our constituents, but they're also like our family members.
I did know
Okay,
that
I
community
remember
matters,
seeing
and
this
Autism
last
Speaks
night.
provides that, and they have the strongest voice in the
Okay,
autism
this was
community, and they have a powerful message.
I had
and
no
love it.
idea what that even was supposed to be. Like, there is no context for it. Autism cure and mark controversy continues. This is from the Aprll. Let's see what he says about. Oh no, he's talking about autism cure. If we don't care about cure right now, Autism Speaks. A closer look. Okay, we saw that one. That one. Paige Lale. I'm trying to find something that I. This is that gal, and she kept on showing up in that picture.
Why is ABA
they were
so
showing earlier?
controversial?
Now this is what's funny. This lady, I'm going to turn this volume up. Please let me know how the volume is on this because it sounds like it's pretty low. So I'm turning it up. She basically is just, I don't know why. I think she had a kid that was autistic or something. And she just, I don't know. She really likes to speak for autistic people. She really likes to speak like she's a real authority and so forth. And as far as I know, she is not autistic. But she strikes me, personally, as being kind of ableist and kind of persnickety. That's just how she strikes me.
I get this question all the time, and I today am going to tackle this question from a different perspective. I'm going to show you a clip.
Here we go. I'm going to answer this question. Why is ABA so controversial? Go to the autistic community and ask them why. But I guarantee you that is not what this lady's going to say.
Is ABA so controversial? I get this question all the time, and I today am going to tackle this question from a different perspective. I am going to show you a clip from...
She's going to show us a clip. That's her answer. She's going to show us a clip. I'm trying to find one that I have not seen recently, so I am entertained. Okay, this is Autism Self-Advocacy Network. Okay, I have not seen this one. Now, this is from, William Shatner, who called me an idiot because I said that most autistic people, I identified on his Twitter as an autistic person. Someone had said that Autism Speaks was great. I identified as an autistic person and said that most people in the autistic community would not agree with that assertion. And William Shatner, like this was his thread, or it was his Twitter, he came on and called me an idiot, to which I re-identified myself as an autistic person because I was like, okay, he couldn't be calling me an idiot. I'm the autistic page. It says so right there. He's got to know I'm autistic. And, oh, no, he knew I was autistic. So my question for Autism Speaks, and it's going to be the same question every day. Why have they not admonished William Shatner for the way that he treats autistic people? Because he has a huge record for being awful to autistic people. And the reason I'm mentioning that now is he was saying that the autistic, what is it, ASN, the autistic whatever network, that they had a lot of issues and so forth, but it does not necessarily seem to be true. Why? Come on. There's got to be something nice to put on here. Okay. This is Indie Andy. I have not seen... I'm going to go to the Autism Speaks website. I'm going to work up to it. This is Indie Andy. He did pass basically kind of like from complications, I believe, of COVID-ish kind of things. And that was a couple of years, 2 years ago.
Well, hello indie people and welcome to today's video.
Oh, don't even do that. No, Indie.
And I just decided to change it up. You know, film in the kitchen. I mean, why not? So, as many of you will know, I'm on the autistic spectrum. I have something called PDD-NOS. The month of April is typically known as Autism Awareness Month. And I was thinking for today's video, talking about a subject which is a bit controversial within the autism community. I mean, most of you who watch these videos probably might not know what I'm on about. Some of you might have an idea, some of you will know a lot about it. I'm going to talk about the organisation that is Autism Speaks. For those who don't know what Autism Speaks is, it's a non-profit organisation that's supposed to raise awareness about people with autism. Basically help families in need with people that are on the spectrum. Basically give them help.
This is what the people's expectations of it.
Help families in need. Autism Speaks is, it's a non-profit organisation that's supposed to raise awareness about people with autism. Basically help families in need with people that are on the spectrum. Basically give them help
that's
to do.
Okay, that is what they're trying to project now, but their basic, when they started, it was pretty much to cure autism is what it was, to eliminate autism from being a thing.
More research into autism. The reason why I want to talk about Autism Speaks is because I've been doing some research into Autism Speaks, because I am autistic and it makes sense.
Now, one thing you got to notice here is you don't hear people saying these kinds of things about Shriners. You don't have little burned kids or people that were burned as kids that grow up as adults, and they're like, those darn Shriners at them Shriners hospitals. You know why? Because the Shriners don't have that reputation, because they are a reputable organization. When you're not a reputable organization, you're going to get a reputation as being a not reputable organization. It's kind of weird how that happens.
For an autistic person to look into what organisations are out there to help others, etc. And when I...
You know what? You're absolutely right about didn't allow for the kids to explore and play. I let my kids make mistakes, and my daughter actually, she lets her boys make mistakes just so they can learn. Instead of saying, no, don't do that, she'll let them, spill the paint or whatever every once in a while, just so they learn. And I think that's great.
I've been looking into Autism Speaks, both sides, so the good and the bad. It's mainly been bad, unfortunately. Autism Speaks gives this impression that autism conditions and autism in general is like a disease and something that needs to be eradicated from our society. I personally think it's a very negative view, thinking that autism is something that can be cured or should be cured. But to say that autism's kind of like a cancer, that it really affects families in a negative way, is not a very good portrayal of what autism can do. Yes, there are families out there who struggle with children who have autism. That is completely understandable. The fact that Autism Speaks is given this very demonic kind of portrayal of what autism is, and the fact that they're kind of preying on people's anxieties about...
He's referring to the I Am Autism commercial they put out in 2009.
Autism, I think, is very wrong. Unfortunately, as of this moment in time, autism is not a curable condition. It's not a curable condition. Personally speaking, if there was an actual cure for autism, I would take it. Sadly, I do have limitations, which is important to say, because everyone's got limitations. The fact that companies like Autism Speaks are ploughing money into a cure for autism, I personally don't agree with it. I don't know, it's a very touchy subject, because I don't think a cure for autism is the right thing for society. Yes, people with autism like myself do have limitations, like I've said, but there's also other areas that we excel in, which employers are always looking for.
And right now, we're in a position that autistic people's talents can be used in ways like they've never been used before.
And
well, for a very long time anyway.
Other people really admire. And to take that away, you're basically going backwards, when instead we should be going forwards and embracing our own differences and embracing, you know, what makes us different, but also, you know, the differences that make a positive impact on our society. That's my personal opinion. Also, when I've been looking into Autism Speaks as well, figures from 2014, I believe, basically from their statistics and funding that they've put into projects, 4% out of 100% of the money that they accumulated during a certain period of time, only 4% actually went to families, helping them.
Yeah, so what he's saying is out of all the money that they collected, 4 cents on every dollar went towards, quote, autistic families. And one of the, Eileen, she just said on Autism Speaks YouTube channel the other day that Autism Speaks, she got like a $250,000 bonus, just a bonus. $250,000, but they paid her as an executive. They paid for her son to be diagnosed with autism, which I think is great that she has 2 sons, that both of them have been diagnosed, which I think is great. But Autism Speaks actually paid for her to because evidently, since she makes like over $500,000 a year, over $500,000 between her base pay, the probably right in that range, those bonuses like that $250,000 bonus, the expense account, etc. So it kind of varies on what her expense account would be. I don't know, but there's a lot of dough, and she couldn't afford it. She, you know, that's how expensive these diagnoses can be, evidently. And by the way, she fit into that 4%. This Autism Speaks executive, because she was an autistic family. I just think that's really weird.
With children with autism and other autistic conditions. Even though this company's trying to raise awareness of autism and try to help, if you're only putting 4% of your earnings,
looking at those, this really makes it difficult to see where those kickbacks come from. Like 5% management. Yet management gets probably 60-70% of the money, or 80% of the money that goes into Autism Speaks. That's where most of the money goes, into their salaries. That's where the majority, 80% of the money probably goes. And then everything else is just this is 35. The last one I saw said like it was this media awareness or whatever, but I think it was this one, or maybe it was the fundraising, but it was almost like 40% was what I saw recently, just here earlier, I think. Like 40% of their earnings went into advertising to thus get more funds.
4% of your earnings from various sources. That personally really confuses me. I mean, the whole point of a organization, a charitable,
like an extremely good organization or whatever, it might be 95% or something like that of the proceeds go towards whatever they actually say, and that's really cutting down the administrative costs and everything else. Even 10% is probably really acceptable. That is 10% cost overall, and 90% goes to the whatever cause it supports, whatever, blankets for cold kids. But only 4% of what Autism Speaks. The CEO got something like paid like $650,000. That's the salary, not the bonus, not the like $400,000 bonus, or not the like $400,000 expense account or anything. That's none of that, but just 600,000, a little bit over that. Yet they donated that year like 400,000. So he was really bringing home probably well over $1 million something. And they only were giving out less than $500,000, and it was like 39 millions they made overall, and all that money disappeared. Just disappeared. $39 million meant to go towards autistic people, and that's the little number. If you get the big gross number of what they actually earned and everything, that was like 59 million. But the numbers get weird.
Non-profit organization is to help those in need, right? It's to help those who can.
No, it's not. That's the idea of that's the idealistic idea of a non-profit organization. A non-profit organization is set up in the way that it is for tax purposes. It is not set up for an ideal or anything else. It is a way of doing business. And that's the way it needs to be looked at.
Cannot help themselves, or families in general that just need a little bit of help along their journeys. The fact that you put 4% of what you made in 2014, I mean, that number should have been a lot more.
I'm really wondering if Autism Speaks. I've got 3 watching now on YouTube. I wonder if Autism Speaks is watching this.
No, if Autism
kudos to them if they are.
Speaks has improved since 2014. I really hope they have. The other thing I wanted to talk about with Autism Speaks is the fact that
they still really don't have contact with the autistic community, even though, like the one executive, Eileen, she is autistic and she has 2 autistic kids. The CEO, he told me in an email that he has an autistic son. So there's kind of people around there or whatever, but is still not, and it's very obvious, as I will get into their videos here probably after this one. It's very obvious that they are still not part of the autistic community. They don't even use the same language or jargon as the autistic community does, which you would think from a organization called Autism Speaks that says that they support autistic people, that they would at least speak the lingo.
they have put out commercials to raise awareness of their company. Which is all well and good. That's how companies grow and build and stuff. That's absolutely fine. But there's this one commercial. That everyone talks about. And I watched it for the first time last night. And
he's talking about the first one, I Am Autism, 2009. Then there was a subsequent one, I don't know when it came out, 2011 or whatever, with the lady that was saying that she was going to drive off a bridge, the Washington Bridge, because her kid was autistic. And she was a staff member of Autism Speaks, by the way.
Found it to be really bloody offensive.
And that was a video that Autism Speaks put out. Both of these videos were.
I believe
this wasn't fakes. This wasn't something that satire. These were filmed that this organization put out, basically demonizing autistic people and portraying us as worse than cancer, etc.
The commercial down below, you can watch it and find your own view. For me, it was quite offensive. Again, it's this whole idea that autism is a really bad thing and we should cure it, basically eradicate it from our society. This particular advert had a guy narrating, and he was basically saying, "Oh, I am autism, I am always there, I will destroy your family." That's actually what this commercial actually said. I am not even...
It's the actual words, yes. I will destroy your family. I cause divorce, things like that.
And
I will make you get divorced.
Just watching it, and I was shaking my head the entire time. Like, the entire time I was watching this commercial. I was sat in bed, my girlfriend was asleep, and the entire time I was just shaking my head like no tomorrow. It was honestly the most frustrating thing I have ever watched on YouTube, I think. Personally speaking, I just found it to be really offensive. Again, it doesn't portray autism in a light which I personally think is acceptable. There was actually one kind of positive from Autism Speaks that I found during my research, and that was the 2016 commercial. I'll leave the 2016 commercial down below as well, so you can have a comparison. But the 2016 one was actually better in some ways. This 2016 commercial was a animation piece, and the actual animation stuff itself was actually really good. I quite liked the visuals. They went through different scenes and talked about different.
I have not even heard of this thing that he is talking about. There's the I Am Autism, the world of Autism Speaks. Wait, I'm supposed to be getting a link here. World of Autism Speaks. I Am Autism. Okay. Okay, here it is.
This is the story of a boy who didn't talk for a long time. The boy liked things to always be the same. Any changes would scare and upset him. The unknown was an unfriendly place.
And not necessarily scare. Just because we react or run away from something doesn't mean that we're scared. It may mean that we're in pain.
The boy was very sensitive to lights and sounds. So he built secret hiding places where they couldn't get in. The boy didn't like looking people in the eye. He wasn't trying to be mean, it just made him feel uncomfortable. Sometimes he would flap his arms again and again.
One day, I found out I have something called autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I found my voice and learned all the ways I could live with it better.
Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org.
Okay, that was weird. I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that necessarily really represents autism or autistic people. It kind of identified some symptoms we have, but no. Okay. So what else were you got to say?
I was just shaking my head like no tomorrow. It was honestly the most frustrating thing I have ever watched on YouTube, I think. Personally speaking, I just found it to be really offensive. Again, it doesn't portray autism in a light which I personally think is acceptable. There was actually one kind of positive from Autism Speaks that I found during my research, and that was the...
I'm not going to get too nitpicky on that one. I'm just not impressed by any means, and I really don't recognize the purpose. The only thing that I would say is it probably will tend, or did tend to make people once again think of autism as being a childhood thing and not an adult condition, or not something that someone has. It gives the impression that adults don't have autism. When we turn 18 or whatever, you know, we don't have autism. And that's only because they were portraying a kid. And so, I mean, that's just kind of getting nitpicky.
2016 commercial. I'll leave the 2016 commercial down below as well, so you can...
So he was just talking... Okay, now he's talking about the one I just looked at. He was talking about the first one, the I Am Autism commercial.
Have a comparison. But the 2016 one was actually better in some ways. This 2016 commercial was a animation piece, and the actual animation stuff itself was actually really good. I quite liked the visuals. They went through different scenes and talked about different autism traits, which was quite good actually. I thought they actually did a good job compared to their I Am Autism commercial, which was barbaric. Autism Speaks really talks
yeah, that's putting it lightly, barbaric.
About children with autism, but not adults, which I think's very unfair, especially when, you know, adults with autism find life quite hard. I personally find,
I don't know if you're still here, Shannon. I didn't even recognize who you were.
day-to-day living manageable at best. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll have my really good days where I'm quite upbeat, you know, wanting to do stuff, and I'm just wanting to get out there and, you know, talk to people, be extroverted, and everything like that. But there's some days, there's some days where I just want to be left alone. I don't want to talk to anyone. I just want to be left alone in my room for a few hours. I don't have to talk to anyone, so I can recharge my social batteries and, you know, try and not implode on everyone. Like, one of the first things people think about in terms of autism is children, meltdowns, introverted, those sorts of things.
Autism Speaks on their website, there is nothing I've seen. They do address adults. I did review that yesterday, where they addressed that adults could have autism, but it still is very much kind of themed like it's a kid thing. And it's very much still, to me, geared towards the adults, parents and so forth. But
and I think
they're getting better at covering it up.
If Autism Speaks did more in regards to adults and showing how adults with autism can actually thrive, that would actually be more beneficial for people. And also, Autism Speaks, as far as I'm aware, they don't actually have autistic people working within their organization, which again,
and that's been historically true for a lot of years now. Eileen does say that she is autistic, and she's like on the board or whatever, makes a ton of money, and she says her 2 kids are autistic. And then the CEO, he told me that his son was autistic, so that doesn't make him autistic. That makes him an autism mom. Is an autism dad. That's basically as close as that gets.
And again, is the point of an autism related organization. If you're trying to...
No, the point is, when the CEO sent me an email to ask me what the autistic community needed, and then that was reiterated here just the other day by Autism Speaks, by a video that they put out. I'll go to it next. The video that they put out, where they again brought it up. Ugh, I'm losing track of my thinking here.
Promote awareness of autism and trying to promote autism as a good thing, which Autism Speaks frankly hasn't. I think the most important thing that they could do as an organisation who is an advocate
that's right. Eileen was kind of complaining and kind of asking, well, what should we do? And now she's an autistic person, and so that shows you how disconnected she is even from the autistic community. Now me, I'm just lazy. I don't want to answer the question or be wrong, so I just avoid the question. That's why I say go to the autistic community. Don't ask me. I don't have your damn answers.
Tries to be an advocate for autism is to have autistic people within their organisation. I mean, it's simple. I mean, I mean, when I started my apprenticeship back in September, I told them flat out, I've got autism, this is stuff I'm good at, this is stuff I'm bad at, and they have been so accommodating to my needs, and I've actually helped the organisation as a whole, you know, improve their systems, the way they do things. You know, people with autism can be really good in an organisation. So please, Autism Speaks, if any of you work for Autism Speaks or anything like that, please employ people with autism. Please do it. People with autism have skills that others simply cannot understand and get. So please employ people with autism. It would make your company
Let's talk about
so
Autism
much better.
Speaks.
In my personal opinion, has not done a very good job of promoting autism in a very good light. I hope that over the and he wants to be down. Oh well, that was short-lived. I do hope that Autism Speaks changes their ways and starts to.
Okay, we're gonna go to
We wanted
Autism
help,
Speaks.
but we just didn't know where to turn to get them.
We wanted help. Help me, help me. Yeah, there's so much stuff I have not seen of theirs. I really got to watch some of these things. Let's see. The last one I watched was that one. That one was a weird one because it didn't have any context. I have not seen this one.
Tired of yada yada like
Now this is Autism Speaks itself, and I'm finding this entertainment. Yesterday I found they were actually talking about me specifically, which was very entertaining.
complicated contracts? Join Metro, where there's not a yada yada.
The marketing lady was basically saying that people giving out misinformation about Autism Speaks was making it hard for them to fundraise. Darn that bad luck there. I don't know who this lady is.
Seeking a mature relationship, one that seeks intimacy without the need for a wedding ring as a prerequisite. Consent is the key. I'm empowered to make my own choices.
I love these Sesame Street graphics. You know, I would actually use these like when I had my Compelled Unbeliever, because I had a tie-dye theme and so forth. I would have loved to use graphics like this, these like 70s Sesame Street graphics they use. I don't know. It's just kind of funny to me. I'm waiting for the electric company theme to come on. Adulting.
Welcome to this special edition of our podcast, Adulting on the Spectrum. Tonight,
This is Eileen. This is a lady who got the $250,000 bonus last year. And she's basically like marketing director, essentially. And our media consultant or whatever, which I guess is why she's on this. And she's been doing this little thing. Adulting. I thought it was a specific show, but I guess it's the series. And I've looked at a couple of these. So this is a month ago. So I don't think I've seen this one. She did mention me, but not by name, but she did mention me, or talk about me in one of these videos here recently. So maybe we'll see if she did here. I doubt she'll mention me in more than one.
we're going to call it
Or talk about me anyway.
Loving on the Spectrum. I'm Aileen Lam, an autistic author and photographer, and tonight I'm very pleased to welcome Danny Bowman and Jennifer Cook. They are both autistic on the spectrum, and they are also both in the Netflix show Love on the Spectrum. Danny, Jennifer, thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Thanks for having us,
Thank
Eileen.
you so much.
Wonderful.
Now, I know nothing about Love on the Spectrum. Zero. So I think that's a great place to start on this one.
Yeah.
We're both so excited to be here, and especially all three of us are women on the autism spectrum here.
That's right.
I know, and I love
Power
that.
in numbers.
So, speaking of that, Danny, that's very good. You are on a spectrum, and so is Jennifer, but you have different diagnosis journeys. Danny, do you want to go first and tell our listeners a little bit about your diagnosis journey?
Sure, Eileen. So I received my first diagnosis at the age of 5 while attending elementary school. Initially, my inability to speak in complete sentences raised concerns among the school staff.
I'm kind of impressed. Maybe she's just going to do an interview and let some autistic people talk. That'd be kind of cool. We'll see. I'm kind of impressed. This is actually what I would want to see.
Despite reassurances from the quote-unquote professionals that I would eventually grow out of it, the school intervened to address the issue. Surprisingly,
Why does her voice remind me of like Velma from Scooby-Doo?
my mom chose not to disclose my diagnosis to me. It wasn't until I moved in with my aunt and uncle and I became aware of my autism at the age of 11. At first, I viewed it as a disease needing a cure. However, my aunt enlightened me, explaining that autism is simply a part of who I am. Understanding my
So that's very interesting. I don't know if this lady knows who she's talking to in Autism Speaks and knows the controversy behind. That's what she was just saying.
diagnosis is my diagnosis to me. It wasn't until I moved in with my aunt and uncle and I became aware of my autism at the age of 11. At first, I viewed it as a disease needing a
See, that's the big thing is Autism Speaks started out and it has always viewed it as a disease that needs to be cured. So it's very interesting that she's saying this. I don't think Eileen's going to address that directly by any means. I cannot possibly see that happening.
cure. However, my aunt enlightened me, explaining that autism is simply a part of who I am. Understanding my diagnosis is allowed me to make sense of my experiences.
I would take that further. I wouldn't say it's not a part of who you are. It is who you are. I have never had a thought that was not autistic. When they talk about people talking about making everything autistic, well, there's nothing about me that isn't autistic. Just saying.
Such as being in special education since elementary school and noticing the strange looks from others. Embracing this aspect of myself fueled my determination to succeed even further. Here are my couple of strengths and weaknesses. My strengths are the ability to hyper-focus on tasks that have tight deadlines, and I have eagle eyes for the attention to details, especially when I work. One of my weaknesses includes that, for example, my brain tends to move faster than my mouth when I'm trying to talk, which means sometimes I say the wrong words, and I have some sensitivity to certain loud noises.
That was perfect, Danny. Jennifer?
Yeah, so Danny and I definitely come to the knowledge of being autistic women in very different ways. I was identified as being on the spectrum in 2011, so that was after my 3 kids were. I jokingly say.
Now, this is real common. I just spoke about this earlier. I think if anybody is diagnosed with autism, then their siblings, parents, children, whatever, should also be considered for evaluation, or there should be some kind of consideration that people around them are also, even their friends, because it's that prolific as far as autistic people tend to have friends that are autistic and tend to have family members that are also autistic.
If I had had a neurotypical child, I don't know what the heck I would have done with them, because
So you're more likely than not to find somebody that's autistic by doing that, is what I'm saying.
obviously I know what I'm doing with neurodiverse kids, right? That's home. So I was identified after them, and for me it was very much kind of make everything make sense.
Okay, so here Autism Speaks. They're again, They're rolling this out at 360p. Really? Really? 360p? $39 million and you're broadcasting in 360p.
Click into place sort of thing.
$39 million. 360p.
Kind of was able to look back at my life and make sense of the line that I've said often, but it's really true, is how often I could feel so darn smart and so darn stupid at the same time, which is a lousy feeling to feel. And this sort of filled in the valleys. It made things, it wasn't a lack of effort. It wasn't a lack of, it wasn't just a lack on my part. It was simply a difference. So, yeah, so for me, much later, and I think it's, wonderful now, looking at my kids are now 20, 17, and 14. And I think
there's really not much to critique here when somebody's talking about their life experiences. No, you didn't. You did not have that life experience. You don't think that way. What the hell? Take that back. You didn't think that.
Just how great for them that they get to, start off kind of understanding themselves. And Danny, I'm sure, 11 is harder than even, 5, but certainly that's great that you got to grow up then having that perspective on yourself.
Indeed, yes. Thank you, Jennifer. And you made me feel like not alone, because you said, mentioning that we on the spectrum sometimes have smart stuff while at the same time have like dumb stuff.
Yeah, totally. And that's exactly how it felt for me. So yeah.
Yeah, that was the most relatable thing I've probably ever heard. Like, same as you, Jennifer, I was diagnosed as an adult. I was 25, and it was really like everything made sense because, yeah, I've always felt like different, but I couldn't explain why because, I get by, and that's masking is a big part of it. I hear a lot, I don't look autistic. She's goes great, and at the same time, it's like you want people to know that it took a lot of work to get to the point where like you don't look autistic. So both great, not great.
And autism doesn't even have a look, right? I mean, I think that's a beautiful part of it that we get to learn too.
I evidently look autistic because nobody has ever told me you don't look autistic. I must have that autistic look. Whatever that is.
It's an invisible disability, which I actually call it different ability.
Mm-hmm.
And so you both were part of the fantastic Netflix show, Love on the Spectrum. It seriously puts a smile on my face every time I watch it. Do you want to share your favorite moment from filming, Danny?
Well, there's so many favorite parts from filming, and one of my favorite parts was getting help and advice from you, Jennifer Cook.
I liked working with you too.
Thank you so much. It really helped, especially on how to approach intimacy. The reason why it was important for me to bring up that subject to Adon is because I have a lot of friends on the spectrum that are asexual, which means they want a relationship, but no intimacy. Don't get me wrong, that's okay for them. For me, I was looking for a relationship that includes intimacy, and I wanted both of us to be on the same page. I knew it was going to be awkward conversation for people to see me asking the question, but I felt it was an important conversation to have with Adon to be sure we are on the same page.
This is sad.
As we would like.
I'm getting bored with this because it's basically just autistic people talking,
From a relationship.
There's really nothing about Autism Speaks here, but I can't ignore it.
Eventually, of course. So we are good, but we are taking it slow. I know I opened up the conversation and I expected some trolling, but sheesh, come on, people, grow up. We are adults.
Oh no! Have you really had you've had negative response to that whole part of the conversation?
Well, I looked at I did look at some comments, especially like on Reddit. Some people say that I'm not the favorite, or some people say that I just want sex, or some people considered me like a Debbie Downer, but I'm actually but what's the true? I just want to reveal the true happy self.
You are being a mature woman who was speaking out as a mature woman, as an adult who is allowed to, and what's more, ought to be able to ask for what she wants in a relationship. That's essential and I think incredibly brave.
So we throw autistic people on a show and do a drama fake reality show with autistic people because people will be interested in seeing how autistic people interact. I guess whatever. I I haven't put a lot of thought into that, and I will say this: no matter what it's staged, so in those kind of shows, it's just you're never gonna get anything that's truly authentic.
Certain times,
It's just the nature of the beast. It's just like you're never really gonna get to know a creator from that side of the camera. Just how it is.
Negative review than a positive review, and I think that's a pretty crazy stat. So thank you for putting yourself out there, and I'm sure you're helping a lot more people than you think, and they're just not saying it.
Yeah, no problem, Eileen.
Yeah.
How about you, Jennifer? Any favorite moment?
Well, so Danny already took part of my answer, was that I really did love talking with her. I think, woman to woman, I think that was really special. I love the idea of, that if sex was going to come up as a conversation, which I was really proud of them, that they let it come up as a conversation, I was really stoked that it was a woman who's bringing it up. Because, as women, we have, golly, so many conflicting messages that are taught to us, right, around sex, and forget the whole
and
I'm just kind of skipping it forward here a little bit because I don't know anything about that show, and it's not anything
You are the
that I want
future.
to talk about.
Pursue tech careers with the DeVry Scholars Program.
I'm
Advance
talking
your
about
ambition.
Autism Speaks and not Love on the Spectrum. That could be a whole other thing, and I haven't even seen the thing. So,
Danny, how about you? What was the most important lesson that you learned from Love on the Spectrum?
had nothing to do with me whatsoever.
Getting to know someone, and the worst
yeah,
thing
they're kind of going through relationship stuff.
10 a.m.
Which is the fact that they even have the show on here is kind of cool. I think seeing autistic people talk and so forth, I think that's kind of cool. So I don't know. And then there's also this. They've got the Spanish show. Unfortunately, I wish I spoke Spanish. I understand. I would be able to understand a lot of what was being said ish subject wise, but I really wouldn't be able to tell you what was being said. I don't know what this is.
I felt like
the only reason I'm looking at this is because this is the Autism Speaks website.
I wanted to do something about his autism. I wanted to do something that would allow me to cope with his diagnosis. So that's why I got involved with it. My father was the one that saw information that there was an advocacy program. I feel like if I can't do something for Joseph, and a lot of the things that I'm doing are not specifically for him and making an improvement in his individual life, it's making a difference in autism as a whole and for the community in which I live. I choose in a lot of my work to bring him along. I want him to be included because he's the reason why I do it. But I want people to see him, that he is as handsome and as wonderful a child as a regular kid, and that he can do these things. And he's a part of our community too.
So I on this 360p video, they're doing a video of a 363p or worse video. That's why that looks so horrible.
It's the local engagement that I really put a lot of my effort into. You have to make the connections locally. You got to meet your state senator and your representative. You have to go to events with your name tag on, your pin on, and you have to be seen and start meeting people. Networking, that lovely word, networking. So I was nervous in the beginning. As I've gone on in my advocacy work, I've built up my confidence too, and I've developed skills that are really good otherwise, but I didn't know that I had. And it's like a calling. I have the ability and I have the skills personally to do this work and to do it well. And so if I can, I feel like I have a responsibility to help people with autism and their families to try to make the world a better place.
You know, context goes a whole long ways. We're doing this stuff and this stuff and stuff and stuff and stuff. Like, okay, okay. So yeah, that was very disappointing. It's really sad. It's like they don't. Oh, I think what Eileen's doing here with these interviews, that's kind of cool. I think that's a very good idea. That was a good, smart move on her part. This other stuff that they're putting on this channel is just crap. We're going to see what this is. Loud. Okay, so this is... okay, we're on the Autism Speaks website. They produced a video. This is their video. Science Spotlight. At least I think this is their video, unless they've redone it. Let's see, to read more about Autism Speaks. It looks like it's their video, and they've got a white screen. It's Autism Speaks, and they made a video with a white screen. Does anybody see anything wrong with this picture? Does anyone see why they say that people say that they're out of touch with autistic people when they have a white screen like this? And it's freaking hurting my eyes right now. It's really hard to even read. Meet the researchers, clinicians, scientists helping to make a world of difference for people with autism on a white screen. Does anybody look at these or review these before they're produced? Does Eileen bother to look at them? She's autistic. That's what she says. She doesn't notice this. They don't run it by her? Evidently not. That's the first thing that should pop out to an autistic person, that thing freaking hurts.
I'm Patrick Dwyer, he, him. I'm an autistic PhD candidate at the University of California, Davis, in the Neurocognitive Development Lab. And I was fortunate enough to receive the Autism Speaks Royal Arch Mason Auditory Processing Fellowship.
White screen. Autism Speaks is putting out videos with white screens. This is how out of touch they are with the autistic community. Now, I know they may take this and say, oh my God, just nitpicking at these little tiny things. These little tiny details go a long damn way when you say your organization is Autism Speaks and then you're putting out videos like this. White screens that hurt autistic people. You could not, by definition, show you were more out of touch than this right here.
The study that we're doing has really a couple of major goals. One of them is about better understanding and measuring sensory differences in autism, which is very important to me as an autistic person growing up. I had all these very distressing sensory experiences, but I didn't quite have the right language to articulate and describe them to other people. And it turns out that the research literature is really struggling with this as well. Even, with the very best expert research, a lot of the time we lump things together that are actually quite distinct. So one aspect of our study is that
there's a lot of conflating different things within among scientists in concerning autism. Scientists still conflate autism with intellectual disabilities. That's still being conflated. Scientific autism researchers are still conflating those things.
We are actually separating out some of these different experiences, measuring them separately, both through using questionnaires and also by asking people to rate the pleasantness and comfort of different sounds in a more controlled laboratory setting. And this is important not only for unpacking what the different sensory experiences are and hopefully giving people the tools and language that they need in order to convey these experiences to other people, but also because if we're not measuring the sensory experiences properly, if we don't have that foundation to our sensory research, and that's really limiting everything
What
else.
I really liked there, what he was talking about, is it was basically helping autistics to identify and be able to verbalize their experiences. I had a childhood epilepsy, and when I told my stepmother that my leg wasn't there, I was like 9, because I would become partially paralyzed while I was walking or running or whatever, and I'd fall on my face. So she's like, "Why do you keep doing that?" I was like, "My leg's not there," and she said, "We'll put it there next time." And that was the gaslighting for the rest of my life there. Because I could not say, "Well, Mom, I'm having partial epileptic seizures in my right leg." Yeah, no, I was 9 years old. I didn't have any idea what that was. And so if you can help to identify certain things and give people the words to identify things, then they can communicate more effectively. And a lot of times people may not know that they need the words. Like in my case, I didn't know what epilepsy was. So I didn't even know that I needed to know the word to identify it. It just wasn't there.
Else that we could do in terms of interventions and support and tracking whether the sensory issues are improving or getting worse. So that's one goal.
Here we go yet again with that white screen.
The goal of the study is more aimed at trying to figure out some of the underpinnings of these sensory experiences. And again, my own background as an autistic person comes into play there. One idea that autistic people developed is this idea of monotropism, that we have this intense hyper focus that is really idiosyncratic and different from that of other people, which can have major implications for development, for sensory experiences, for just going through life if you're experiencing the world in a different way. But also we see...
I was so hoping I would have so much more fun on these videos that they put out recently, but when you just have autistic people talking, I mean...
Research that...
Okay, you know.
looking more at inattention, at attention being...
But it is cool that they're trying to show here that they're trying to bring autistic people to Autism Speaks and at least interview them here. That's cool. That just shows you damage control going on right now, but at least that's a good damage control.
Being, captured by distracting sensory stimuli, and this sort of inattention and distraction seems like the opposite of hyperfocus, right? Except that it kind of doesn't actually seem like that when you look at it more deeply. In autism and ADHD and all kinds of neurodivergence, you see that there's hyperfocus sometimes that is helpful to me, and also, have not only the lived experience of being autistic, but who are part of the autistic community, who understand,
Oh, there's nothing fun there. Okay, let's get to Eileen. Eileen says some fun stuff. She said some fun stuff the other night that was really entertaining last night. So we're going to go back and let Eileen talk. There's nothing wrong with that guy who was just boring. Oops, I shouldn't have said that.
Said that I inspired them and that they know somebody who's autistic or like their child or somebody, and they want them to get into performing arts or creative arts, and it was really awesome for them to see another autistic
Okay,
person
I am
do
very
it.
curious. How long have they been doing this thing? Okay, it looks like they've been doing it for a while. More than 3 months ago. It's been more... yeah, it was longer than since I've been talking to them. So this is not a new thing. Doesn't have anything to do with me.
People said that I inspired them and that they know somebody who's autistic or like their child or somebody, and they want them to get into performing arts or creative arts, and it was really awesome for them to see another autistic person pursuing it.
Sesame Street graphics.
Welcome back to Adulting on the Spectrum. In this podcast, we want to highlight the real voices of autistic adults, not just inspirational stories, but people like us talking about their day-to-day life. Basically, we want to give a voice to a variety of autistic people. I'm Eileen Lam, an autistic author and photographer, and I co-host this podcast with Andrew Camera. Hey, Andrew.
It's very, very interesting. I don't know where they're getting these people, because the thing is they have to sift through a specific demographic of people. They cannot go to the autistic community. They haven't gone to the autistic community to ask for guests. They're having to sift through a very select group of people. They're not interviewing anyone that has any issues, that's hostile to Autism Speaks, that questions anything that they do. It's all people that basically. I think it's going to be very rare, if at all, that you find adults, late diagnosed adults here. It's going to mostly be children that went through ABA, etc. That they're interviewing. I could be wrong. I really doubt it, though. And the reason is that it comes down to how cults work. When you indoctrinate children young, then you can have them for life or whatever. But people like old farts like me or whatever, it's going to be really hard to convince us or change our ways.
Hey, Eileen. I'm Andrew, an autistic entrepreneur, software engineer, co-host of this podcast, and have the world's largest spoon collection. Today, our guest is Rose Lawrence. Rose was featured on Autism Speaks social channels and got very positive feedback, so she wanted to share her story more intensely.
She got very positive feedback on the Autism Speaks social channel?
To this podcast, and have the world...
So that's where they're getting these people from, the Autism Speaks social channel. Well, I guess, yeah, if these people are going into theirs, they have some kind of social network or something, and people going in on there, of course all those people are going to be very, very friendly towards them.
Stories.
So I guess, yeah, that would be a good place to pull those resources from.
People like us talking about their day-to-day life. Basically, we want to give a voice to a variety of autistic people. I'm Eileen Lam, an autistic author and photographer, and I co-host this podcast with Andrew Camera. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Eileen. I'm Andrew, an autistic entrepreneur, software engineer, co-host of this podcast, and have the world's largest spoon collection. Today, our guest is Rose Lawrence. Rose was featured on Autism Speaks social channels and got very positive feedback, so she wanted to share her story more extensively on this podcast, because
I don't know. I would consider that to be an insult. I was on the Autism Speaks social channel and got a lot of positive feedback. Ooh, I'm sorry, man.
Because who wouldn't? Rose is an autistic actor, and she is passionate about creative arts and inspiring others to follow their creative dreams. Rose also gets into character role-playing different mascots. Rose, thank you for joining us today. We like to start off each podcast by asking the guests how they prefer to identify, and we don't mean pronouns such as she, her, they, them, although you're welcome to share those as well. What we mean is autistic, Asperger's, as Eileen likes to refer to herself, on the spectrum, or have no preference at all. Do you have a preference? And if so, what is it?
Autistic.
Yeah. The majority come on and they do not care. So, and I know that's Eileen's favorite answer. So I like different answers for no other reason than Eileen likes a certain answer. So they're all valid though.
Yeah. So can you tell us about your autism diagnosis journey? How did you learn you were autistic?
Well, I started seeing mental health professionals at quite a young age. And at first they thought I was ADHD or had ADHD. And then as an adult, I was officially diagnosed as bipolar, which didn't really feel right for me. So some more years went on, and I finally found the right person.
So here I was completely wrong. This is an adult that is some for whatever reason, late diagnosed adult, so to speak, that is on board with Autism Speaks.
Who assessed me as autistic, which was just this year in February. So it took quite a long time for me because I'm an adult and I spent the majority of my adolescence and childhood just not knowing.
What was it like for you? Like,
Was she diagnosed as an adult or not? If she spent the majority of her childhood, that means it was
the process, was it stressful not knowing? Did you feel relief after you heard the diagnosis?
I felt relief, but I also experienced a lot of I don't want to say shame, but like I didn't want to be autistic. So I kind of went back and forth. But now I'm in a good place with it and I embrace it. It wasn't that stressful of a journey. It kind of happened quickly once I decided to get back into looking into mental health. It was like within 4 months.
That is quick.
And there is a huge stigma for mental health, like there was for my son, about autism and so forth, because of Autism Speaks. Because of the way they have portrayed autistic people in their commercials and so forth.
Well, how do you go about finding someone to evaluate you? Because something that we hear a lot from adults, when they go through their diagnosis journey, is that it's really difficult to get a diagnosis as an adult. So if you have any tips to share, that would be awesome.
Well, for me, I was seeing somebody pretty consistently and they wrote me a referral. So then I went onto Google and found a specialist. It was kind of a drive. It was like a 4-hour drive for me. But I drove out to see the specialist and they are the ones who diagnosed me.
That's awesome. And did you find them on your own or your therapist recommended somebody? And did you have a list to go through?
I found them on my own. I just had a general referral to get an assessment. So it took me, like I said, about a couple months to find them. And then I was able to see them like 2 months later. So in total, it took me about 4 months to get my diagnosis.
So although you are not the first autistic actor or the first public autistic actor, I always find, in my perspective, acting and autism almost don't seem to go together in some ways. I mean, obviously they can, and there's very successful people who are, but I have a hard time pretending not to be exactly who I am all the time. So can you share a little bit about just how you get into character and why you think maybe the autism might be a strength for acting?
Well, in terms of a strength, I basically spent the majority of my life being a parrot. So I learned socializing and communicating by watching other people.
Okay, so this just looks like this is going to be
that to my acting as well.
An interview of this gal. Autism as a superpower. Oh boy. See what they have to say. It's kind of boring because I kind of really want to address issues directly more concerning Autism Speaks.
So you describe your autism as a superpower, and for some people it definitely is a superpower, and for other people like my son, who's almost 11 now and has severe challenging behaviors, it's not necessarily a superpower, because it comes with a lot of challenges, some of which are life-threatening. Can you tell us a little bit about why you see your autism as a superpower?
I think it's just my perception of the world is different, and in being in the creative industry, it kind of gives me a unique perspective, and when I collaborate with people, my ideas can be...
Well, that was boring. Adult. Okay, this is the one where they were talking about me the other day. I think I'm going to cut out of here for a while, and I might come back on later on this evening, but I think I'm going to stop it here. Let's see, how many hours did I get in? Got in 3 hours and 40 minutes today. So I think I'm going to call it good. You guys have a great one. This is David Page. Screw them. Flap harder.